Hello, everyone. Yep, fantastic. Okay, let's start with some Helena. There we go.
So YouGov have done some polling about how people view the political parties in this country. And I think it makes for some quite interesting reading, specifically about where the Conservatives' political future might lie. And yet, it's not great reading if you're a Tory fan. So, if you can look at the biggest thing that the Tories are viewed as, it is either dishonest or only interested in themselves. 56% of people surveyed and 50% for dishonest viewed the Conservatives as only being interested in themselves, which is quite funny to me, in that their reputation has been tarnished so far that people just genuinely think they're only in it for themselves, which is of course true. This has always been true, but the fact that the reporting on the way in which Boris Johnson and Liz Truss damaged the reputation of the party has made it so that this is now cut through in a way that it kind of never really used to cut through, because it should. This is fundamentally true, especially Labour in 2024. They are both dishonest and only interested in themselves, and the Tories as much so for the same reasons, which is, not good if you want to be a political party that might win a future election after your worst result ever. They even beat out the Labour Party for should not be in power, which of course the Reform UK Party are the worst offenders as far as the public are concerned for should not be near power. In fact, the people who think people should most be near power are the Liberal Democrats and the Greens, yet they get fewer votes than the rest of them do, which I find quite interesting. One of the biggest things that the Tories have lacked credibility on in this polling is around how people view the people specifically within the party.
A lot of this poll can be explained by first past the post, which is utter garbage. It needs changed. And that AV alternative that the Lib Dems basically got bullied into by the Tories when they were in coalition was never going to work. It was it was one of the worst types of AV they could have went for. We need proportional representation, either STV or ranked choice. Essentially, that'd be one of the better ways. Don't get me wrong, people like Reform will still get more votes because of how that works, but more people would vote for like the Greens or the Lib Dems or Labour or SNP up here. Getting rid of the electoral system here would be good. Christina, darling, hello, welcome in. I'm going through a video that Helena done yesterday about the polling here in the UK. It's quite enlightening.
So, seeming like normal people, the Tories, 2%. 2%. So, how we were discussing before about how the Tories need to get over this image of them being weird, because people like Badenoch and Jenrick obsessing with the culture war has made the party look like they're not normal to the public. This is going to be something that's really going to hurt them if they want to be able to win the next election. And of course, if they select Jenrick or Badenoch as the leader, they're only going to seem more abnormal as time goes on. Again, the more people think,
Yes.
what's going to happen to the NHS, what's going to happen to cost of living, what's happening to my living standards, the more they bang on about bathrooms like Kemi Badenoch printing out or hand drawing bits of paper to change gender neutral toilets into being gendered toilets when they're only a single cubicle. That's weird. Robert Jenrick painting over murals for children because he's like an evil cartoon character that's come to life and gained corporeal form out of...
Yes, well said. Robert Jenrick is a Disney villain. Completely ludicrous and wanting to pay over murals on a reception centre. Just go away, Jenrick, please. Yeah, it does make you laugh, doesn't it?
Some children's book. This isn't normal. This doesn't make you seem normal, and that's not going to be good for them. Something that's even more damning is this idea they're not even interested in public service or fit to govern. 4%, 7%. I know it's not great for the other parties here, but 4% being interested in public service, that's bad. But it's true, they've never been interested in public service. They've been interested in power and winning power. But for people to look at your party that's been the natural party of government for decades and decades and decades and think of themselves as being not fit to govern or not even interested in the idea of public service, this is really bad. This isn't good at all. 33% unprofessional. Like, even the Greens are viewed as being not unprofessional. And we're like the least professional party. Like, we're the least serious party. I have no problem in admitting the Greens have a problem in not seeming serious enough. Maybe that is to our benefit in some respects, but there are going to be some people who we need to kind of sharpen up our image towards. But the fact that the people who win biggest on unprofessional is the Conservative Party, that's crazy. Again, they've won more elections than any other political party on the face of the earth, and they can't even be seen as fit to govern, interested in public service, basically professional. They're seen as weak as well, like a powerful part of them seeming weak. Only 10%, like the lowest score for sensible policies. 6% for competence, lower than everybody else. Clear sense of purpose, 6% lower than everybody else. The lowest on trustworthiness, on likability. Fundamentally, from what you see from how this polling is being conducted and the results from here, the Conservative Party's overall perception in this country is completely shot to pieces. Totally shot to pieces. Because not only are they seen as nasty,
because I can't get this I can't quite figure out how to actually get the actual videos onto my stream yet. I will get there, don't you worry. I'll go through a couple of the other ones here on this poll. How people here in Britain see the parties. Dishonest, 36 for Labour, 8 for the Lib Dems, 5 for the Greens. I quite like that. Reform, 31, and the Tories, 50. Most people think they're dishonest. They are, being proven. The same as the rest of the parties. 31 for Labour, 18 for the Lib Dems, 10 for the Greens, 7 for Reform, 23 for Tories. Only interested in themselves. Holy fuck. 31 for Labour, 10 for the Lib Dems, 12 for the Greens, 29 for Reform, 56 for the Tories. Only interested in themselves, and it will get worse under Jenrick Badenoch. Have unworkable policies. 27 for Labour, 14 for the Lib Dems, 28 for the Greens. Oh, that'll be their more energy generation policies that people won't be liking. 27 for Reform and 21 for the Tories. She's never been near power. 27 for Labour, 12 for the Lib Dems, 16 for the Greens. 39, right, should never be near power. Reforms in the lead with that one, 39 and 30 for the Tories. Neither of those two parties should be near power at all, ever. Interested in public service. 22 for Labour, that's not bad. 17 for Lib Dems, 17 for the Greens, 9 for Reform, 4 for the Tories. Fit to govern. Labour 19, Lib Dems 6, Greens 5, Reform 8, Reform 8, and the Tories 7. Bloody hell. Seen as nasty. Labour 18, Lib Dem 2, that's about right. Greens 3, I agree with that. Nasty part of Reform 33. I would have hoped that would have been higher. 24 for the Tories. Neither of them are good parties. Neither of them, yeah. Horrible, horrible policies. Really don't give a fuck about the British people, either of those two. To a certain extent, either does Labour.
And unlikable. They're also seen as being completely unfit for government. They don't have any solutions to people's problems. They look weird. They look completely dishonest. Every single possible thing, from every single possible angle, is bad. Because you can conceive of a world in which, looking at the Tories of generations past, where people saw them as nasty, people saw them as being self-interested, people saw them as being politicians, but they thought that they could at least be fit to govern and that they might make reasonable decisions when they were in government and they might protect your interests by protecting their own interests. Frighteningly difficult for them to be able to win back that perception now, because they was always this dichotomy between the Tories and Labour, in that the Labour were always viewed as being ideological, as being well-meaning, but with bad policies that didn't really work in the real world. Now, this isn't true. I think that the perceptions of left-wing policy as being well-meaning but unworkable is nonsense. That perception is being driven by the right-wing media and by right-wing framing of economics. It's actually not true, but that's the perception. And the perception of the Tories was that they were not nice people, but their ideas were rooted in being more serious. So that was always the dichotomy of nice but naive versus realistic but not so nice. But now the Tories are all bad on all of these metrics. They're being seen as out of touch, but also nasty, but also dishonest, but also not unworkable, and also not being fit to govern, and also do things that are not in the interest of people. And that's the Liz Truss effect happening there. Their undeserved reputation for economic competency completely destroyed in a post-Liz Truss world. Completely shot to pieces. If they can't win regular voters over, whose, again, their main concern is their material conditions, is whether or not we're going to see another massive drop in living standards, if they can't change that perception, like, they're completely over. It's over and it's never coming back. There's a reason why the only people who voted for them at the last election, broadly, were the over 65s. It was the only demographic they didn't massively lose. They still lost votes against the over 65s, but they didn't lose as many as they did in all the other demographics, especially across age demographic. Is that I bet quite a lot of these people weren't even paying that much attention and voted out of habit, because with these public perceptions, they're never going to be in government ever again. And
yeah, that's what gets me. The fact that all the over 65s, basically the boomers, they keep on voting just out of sheer habit. It's like breathing to them. They keep on voting in the Tories, or some of them, the more reactionary types of the retirees in this country. Some of them even went for reform. Dear God, who the hell are you people? Why are you voting for that party? Just scares the living crap out of me. But a lot of Gen Xers, the older Gen Xers, my cohort, they used to vote. So a lot of them used to vote Tory. Well, at least the English ones. A lot of the Scottish ones up here, we don't vote for the Tories. We hate the bastards. There's like, you'll get a few thousand in each constituency, probably under 3,000. Most likely under 2,000 that actually vote for the Tories. We don't do it. We don't trust them. We know exactly what they like. They absolutely destroyed our country. So no, we're never going to vote for them. But we're believing what Labour are going to do. They're just the same now with most of they're carrying on the policies that we're all yelling about. Why are you carrying on with them? Labour, what the fuck? I'm in Glasgow, on the west coast of Scotland. I'm from Perth, though, which is on the east coast, 63 miles northeast of Glasgow. I grew up there, and I moved down to Glasgow when I was 18 for a job and a man, or later. So I'm Glasgow. Our populations actually went down. We were just under 600,000, and we've dropped down to under 540. Oh, I was born and brought up in Perth, on the east coast of Scotland. Did you? Oh, nice one. Perth is beautiful. I love my hometown so much, but I live in Glasgow. Glasgow's amazing. I love it here. Love it. But I get so pissed off every time we start voting Labour back in here. I thought we'd actually broken the cycle. We'd went with the SNP. They have better policies. They always treat the cities always treat everywhere with respect and stuff. Outfit check? Huh. You should. It's brilliant. There's been new buildings and stuff done. A lot of things have been upgraded. It's looking good. I love Perth. The current First Minister, John Swinney, that's where he's from. That's where he represents, my hometown. I'm quite happy he's in charge now. He's a good dude. Hopefully he'll do well for us, depending on what Rachel Reeves does on the 30th. Oh, so I will be streaming the budget. You have PMQs, which is around lunchtime on the Wednesday. Then after that, on Wednesday the 30th, it'll get handed over to her, Rachel Reeves, for the budget. Then we'll see what she's going to do. I am scared. I don't trust the woman an inch. And I hope she doesn't come after people like me who are disabled, who can't go back to work, or ones who can actually work. They will get the proper support. Or make us jump through stupid arse hoops to get our benefits. Do they? Oh, nice one. Oh. I've never been down to London. I'm the only one that hasn't. Even my 8-year-old niece has been down to London. She's went to musicals with my sister and her wife before. 2 years ago? Last year? Yeah, last year. I am the only one that's never been in London. Everyone else has. My younger sister, mostly for work, she used to work for Megabus, and she had to go down and set up ticket offices and stuff. So she's been a few times. She can't stand the prices in London. I don't blame her. Ah, cool. You should come to Glasgow. It's amazing here. So much to do and see.
If they select Badenoch or Jenrick, it's only going to get worse. So Labour should look at these. And whilst the Conservative Party look bad on a bunch of things, like being fit to govern, for example, Reform UK score higher on loads of these things. They score better on being unprofessional. They're seen as strong rather than weak. The Tories seeming weak, that's really bad. They massively outscore the Tories in looking normal, which seems crazy to me, as Reform UK is the mainstream conspiracy theorist party, ranting about the World Economic Forum, ranting about wokeness and 15-minute cities and the World Health Organization and the vaccine, right? They seem way weirder and less normal than the Tories. But if public perception is showing Reform UK as being more normal and more fit to govern, and of course more interested in public service and less dishonest, Reform UK are going to be who Labour are going to be fighting come 2029. It's not going to be the Tories if these perceptions stay the same. Like, they're seen as having more sensible policies, being more competent even, as well as having a clear sense of purpose and looking you.
That's what shocked me about the poll, that some people, get the perception that Reform have got better policies than the Tories. Huh? I don't get that. I really don't. It's weird. Have you seen their policies? Seriously, people? That might be a good idea. I could show you some of the... Yeah, saw it. We'll finish watching Helena, then I'll find that, his speech from their party conference, and just show you all the mad shit that he says.
United too. So, whilst there's a lot of people who really dislike them for not wanting to be near power because they're seen as extreme, which is also true, they are seen as being extremist as well. As you can see, a lot of people think they're extreme. That's only going to cut into people who are never going to vote for them anyway. There is a...
Ireland's different. The Conservative and Unionist Party, as it's called here, they run in Scotland, Wales and England. Northern Ireland has equivalents of the Tories. They're called the Democratic Unionist Party. They are conspiracy nutters who want to stay part of the Union. Hopefully that won't work. Then you've got the TUV, who are even worse ones. They're like creationists. They want to ban all body autonomy for femme-presenting people and all sorts of other craziness. But they're dying out. A lot of them are either moving to England itself. Some of them have actually moved into parts of Scotland, which is deeply worrying to me. But these people, they won't survive. They only get one shot at a border poll to rejoin, so you'll have Ireland, so that will lose that part, and they'll become a country in their own right. They'll get back the 6 counties. So there won't be a need for like the TUV, the DUP, and other sorts of unionist parties that run in Northern Ireland. So hopefully in my lifetime, hopefully in the next 20 odd years, so I hope it would be sooner than that, but hopefully before I get to my retirement age, get my state pension when I'm 68, that'll happen, and there'll be a reunification for Ireland, so we don't need to worry about those unionist Christian fundamentalists. If you want to check up who actually started the DUP, it's the Reverend Ian Paisley. He is no longer with us. Hopefully he is burning in hell. His son, he's not anymore. I don't think he is anyway. I don't think he's an MP anymore. So you can check him out. That's Ian Paisley Jr. Oh, if you want to laugh, check out the TUV. They are crazy. The DUP believe in a few conspiracy theories as well. Oh, and they're climate deniers. Both of those parties, they're climate deniers. So, yeah, have fun looking them up. I try not to promote them in case people catch this and think I actually support the DUP. I don't. I hate them. I've got friends and my sister's in-laws live in Northern Ireland. I'll not exactly say where, but they detest them. So they want reunification. So yeah, if you want to check them out, I'm going to do a compilation for them at one point, maybe later on, once I feel up to it. Still too much going on with Labour and what's going to happen around the budget and stuff. I want to concentrate on that and whatever nutter gets voted in as the leader for the Tories. 2nd of November, so the next round's next week. on Wednesday and Thursday, 2 more get kicked off. And I'm saying it's going to be Tom Tugendhat and James Cleverly who get booted. We'll find out, of course. We'll see what sort of mood the Tory party membership's in when the vote happens. So that'll be next week. I will be streaming that 11ish, maybe midnight on the Thursday. So that'll be the 10th. Shanna, darling, hello, welcome in. Are you? Feel free to say anything here, but if you're lurking, carry on.
Section of society probably will still vote for them, and probably way more than the Conservative Party. So, again, bad news for the country if Reform UK are the main opposition to Labour's right-wing platform. But if you're the Tories, this is a nightmare. This is an absolute nightmare for you. So yeah, good luck. Hopefully you'll be politically irrelevant as these polls suggest. And if you enjoyed the video, make sure that you like and leave a comment. That helps the video out in the algorithm. If you subscribe and ring the bell, it'll let you know when I go live. I stream every day on YouTube and Twitch. You can also follow all of my socials down in the description. And if you want to support me in a more financial
For low form. Where is it? Oh dear God. Okay, here we go. I keep on forgetting he's a bloody MP. Okay, Rupert Lowe MP, his speech to his party conference is 24 minutes long. I'll be back momentarily, comrades. Okay, then we can dive into what this absolute madman says. There we go. Green. Show my support. Fantastic. Here we go.
Conference. What a pleasure it is to be here today, surrounded by so many like-minded people, concerned about the state of our nation, with a refreshing paucity of rainbow lanyards in evidence.
Please don't mention rainbows. Most of you are either homophobic, transphobic, or racist, or anti-working class. No.
Since our last gathering in Doncaster, we have won 4.1 million votes at a general election.
That doesn't translate well under first past the post. But you never mention that. You just carry on basically fetishising your 4 million voters. You do know it was spread out across quite a large swath of the country, don't you? Right, you might have got 5. Well done, including yourself. I'll congratulate you on that, I guess.
Secured 5 MPs under first past the post. And now we have over 75,000 members. It is always better to travel than to arrive, but I would call this progress. On a personal note, I'd really like to thank all of you for making the effort to come today. I know how much of a sacrifice it is in both time terms and money terms, but you have no idea how much confidence it gives us on the front line to see the People's Army on the march. It is said that a picture says 1,000 words, so here it is.
Oh, it's that stupid bike graphic again. Oh, please stop using that. It looks bloody ridiculous. Someone that size would crush the bike and he'd be putting pressure on the cyclist in front of him. They'd be putting pressure on his internal organs and his spine. Yeah, I get it. It's a meme. It just looks bloody ridiculous.
A fat, bloated state freeloading off a thin, emaciated taxpayer.
There is people who can pay more in tax, Rupert. You do know this. There's probably going to be people like you. But no, you keep on fetishising the worker class, the lower class of people who are earning less than 60,000 a year. They do take from people under 60,000 a year, don't get me wrong, but they're not taking enough from the top part of earners. Should be raising corporation tax, raising capital gains, getting rid of the banker's bonus. What the fuck? And they can be doing all of this to help the country out and start building infrastructure and bringing back water instead of paying for the largesse of the shareholders and the CEOs of these water companies. Follow our lead. We have public water up here now, and it is brilliant. It is working amazingly. Who'd have thought putting investment in actually works?
Next time you encounter some Orwellian virtue signalling doublespeak from local or national government.
What do you mean by that? Can you explain a bit more? Who do you mean? Who are you coming at there with that? You do realise you're doing doublespeak yourself, by the way. You always cloak everything. Be open and honest. As family members used to tell me, tell the truth and shame the devil.
Remember this picture and reflect on the fact that you elect them and your taxes pay for them. Who should be the servant and who should be the master?
This is a brilliant segue here. There is this brilliant website called They Work For You. We're the master. You listen to us. Not that any of the parties do listen to us, of course, especially you lot. We're the master in this relationship, not yous.
The failures of statism are well documented after the collapse of the Soviet Union. Collectivism undermines individual responsibility and fosters a culture of rule by committee.
Excuse me. That's how our government works. You should know that. You're a part of it now. You're in the Commons. No, Ryrit. Good evening, Conrad. Great to see you. We're going over what Rupert Lowe said in his speech for Reform UK on the 22nd of September, so roughly about a month ago. The YouTube video's only got 25,000 views. And you think you're a serious party? Ha!
A committee adopts the intellect of the member with the lowest IQ, encourages manipulation.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. Not all the time. In fact, barely any of the time. If it is a proper committee made up of workers and other people, we come to an agreement. We do compromise. We talk amongst it. See what's the best move forward for whatever movement we're in, be it a company that the workers owned, be it in government for the best policies to make the country better, to work for the actual citizens. You're the ones that want to keep all the power for yourselves and dictate to us. We're getting fed up with that.
And makes bad decisions. Recent examples.
Exactly. I was half expecting them the first time that I watched this to mention that stupid book, The Bell Curve. I've read it. I actively encourage people not to read it. It is not worth it. It is pseudoscience, racist bullshit. Don't read it unless you're doing a degree in it. Or you want to learn about what was actually in it so you can counter it in your own professional or life. Yes.
In the UK include the post office scandal, the infected blood scandal,
Privatisation made that post office scandal worse. The tainted blood was because of the Tory party. That started under them. Hang on. Give me a second. It's actually a good question. Tainted. Okay. Oh, it just says the early 70s. They can't pinpoint it. Just says the early 70s.
The COVID response in its
Oh,
entirety.
you're welcome. That's because the Boris Johnson government fucked up at the start of it. You should have called it the pandemic instead of moaning about flu, and done a lockdown straight away. Started making the vaccines, started doing the research and stuff for that. Okay? That was a Tory fuck up.
Including forcing an experimental jab on millions of people.
Not experimental, don't get me started. Oh, no. Nuri, right, I just believe that. Honestly. They always assume, a lot of these right-wingers always assume that any committee runs, it goes on the lowest common denominator. They always have. It's been proven so many times now. All across the world. Here in the UK, quite prevalently, obviously across the pond, and in parts of Europe as well. They always assume this. They always think this is the way that committees work, which is utter nonsense. Good few communities don't work like that. Committees don't work like that. We do actually discuss stuff and come up with the best plan. So he doesn't know what he's talking about with that in regards to a committee, especially one that involves large operations, changing the way a country or a town or a city works, or even a company. Yeah, I don't get it.
HS2, test and trace, EU membership, and almost anything that the government touches. They foster a dependency culture and lose sight of the fact that governing means serving the electorate who empower them.
No major political party that's ever been in government since I've been alive have ever done that. Ever. They work for the interest of their donors. And it's gotten really bad. In fact, it's got kind of dystopian with some of them now. So no. We need to get back to actually grassroots and asking us what we want, how we want the country to go forward. But that's not going to happen, especially not with Labour. And hopefully the Tories won't get back into power, especially if Jeremy Corbyn not become the leader. Dear God. So, no, none of them. They only work at the behest of their donors. Ugh.
Alexander Solzhenitsyn said, human beings are born with different capabilities. If they are free, they are not equal. And if they are equal, they are not free. Being free is the key to human success and sustainable relationships. Freedom of speech in Parliament and the country is central to our unwritten constitution. Through the Glorious Revolution and the Declaration of Rights in
Glorious Revolution? My arse. Did you see what happened to us up here? Don't mention that. We don't want another King Billy on the throne. Look what happened the last time. No. Not glorious. Bloody revolution. Why do you think he's called Sweet William down in England? He's called Bloody William up here for a reason.
1688. It is the foundation of the relationship between the people, the electorate, the elected assembly, Parliament, and the monarchy. Parliament is the elected assembly wielding sovereign power.
Sorry to swear about this, because just fuck the monarchy. We should be a republic by now, for crying out loud. Seriously, I wouldn't trust King Charles as far as I can fucking throw him. So no, we shouldn't be. We should be living in a republic by now. It is antiquated that we are still a constitutional monarchy here. It is laughable.
With the monarch as the titular head and the lords providing continuity and guidance. This formula served us well until 1997, when Tony Blair, Gordon Brown, Peter Mandelson, and Alistair Campbell conspired to undermine our written constitution through malignant legislation, empowering unaccountable, unelected quangos, regulators, and the EU at the expense of parliamentary power.
Excuse me, Rupert. Tories done that as well. Okay, so don't just pick out Blair. I detest the man. Still can't believe I voted for Labour in '97, dear God. Mind you, I was only 18. But I have learned. Don't stand there and blame Labour. The Tories done it as well. Your sainted Maggie still wanted to stay part of the EU, by the way. You do know that, don't you? They brought in quangos as well to hide the... It wasn't subsidies. It was administration costs or anything. I was run by a quango, by the way, how she fed money to British Leyland, the agricultural companies, and other companies like that, heavy engineering, when she wasn't actively destroying them. So she used quangos to divert money and to make things worse for the workers. So don't just pick out Blair and the new Labour government, right?
The Equality Act of 2010, for which there was no need, has given legal force and backing to minorities to impose their will and views on the majority.
Shut the fuck up. That act let people who are homosexual, bisexual, trans, non-binary, disabled, POC, BIPOC, it gave us a way and a right to actually speak out and say, hey, excuse me, this part of our life is fucking shit. Can you fix it, please? But you want to roll back on that so you can shut us all up.
This has fostered the rise of the rule of lawyers, not the rule of law, created unnecessary division in the country, and suppressed free speech across society. Terms like hate speech, transphobia, and Islamophobia have effectively obstructed dissent, any dissent. Doubt and victimhood have been encouraged, resulting in young people submitting to, rather than dealing with their problems, citing mental health issues.
It's called the Sovereign Grant here, Noor Riot, and it's went up. It kind of goes up every year, but it went up a lot under the coalition. Then after 2015, the Tories, when they were in power on their own from 2015 to basically now, the Sovereign Grant has went up. We still don't get the money from the Duchy, so that's the Duchy of Lancaster, which is now the sole discretion of the monarchy, which is now King Charles, and the Duchy of Cornwall, which is now Prince William. So they get money from that just for themselves, which is 25.5 for the Duchy of Lancaster and about 22 million a year for the Duchy of Cornwall. Absolutely ludicrous. Ludicrous. So they get that money. It should be brought under our control because we decide what their other spending is, which is the sovereign grant. It gets discussed, gets voted on, then they get stuff from the Crown Estates, essentially. That's all theirs. But those two are hived off, saying that they need that to maintain the monarchy. No, you don't. You get the sovereign grant. The money for the duchy should be coming back into public ownership, so we can actually help the places that you are basically siphoning money from.
Parents have been marginalised, and the Cass review is sadly too little, too late. The Financial Services and Markets Act of 2000 gave regulatory power to the Financial Conduct Authority and the Prudential Regulation Authority, who have severely damaged our capital markets, embedding Stonewall philosophy into regulation. It is ironic that after the recent Labour landslip election victory,
very witty.
Rachel Reeves will not be able to manage the British economy without another Quango, the Office for Budget Responsibility, signing off on her proposed business plan. Their track record of forecasting has been lamentable, and they will no doubt be blamed for the inevitable failure of a statist Labour approach to economics. In 1997, Britain was in good shape, largely due to the Thatcher legacy. We knew who we were.
Don't you dare. The Thatcher legacy destroyed millions of people's lives. What she done to this country was economic fucking vandalism of the highest order. The Tories have tried to do more of that. Look at austerity. Over 330,000 needlessly dead. Don't you mention her. That woman is a fucking ghoul.
We knew who we were. We were still one country. We had sidestepped the euro thanks to Sir James Goldsmith's referendum party. Our public finances were in excellent...
That was actually Gordon Brown. Again, happy that he's a Scotsman from the Kingdom of Five. I appreciate having a Scotsman in Parliament. I do. I didn't like have his policies, obviously, but that was Gordon Brown that prevented us, that stopped us from joining the euro. Because oddly enough, he's really good at economics. Don't mention Goldsmith, please.
shape. Taxes were one of the lowest in Europe, and public spending accounted for only 32% of economic output. Most importantly, the population was stable and immigration was under control. Today, National debt has exploded 500% to
That's been because of the economic policies of both the late Labour government and all the Tory governments. It's forward. From that point onwards, they're the ones that ballooned the debt. Don't get me wrong, Labour added to it a little bit. The Tories exploded that, and what Liz Truss done, dear God. I'm surprised mortgage owners haven't bloody lynched her.
£2,770 billion. Public sector spending accounts for 46% of economic output. The private sector is being crowded out by the state. Mass legal and illegal immigration.
No, it isn't. Mm-mm-mm. Yeah. Yeah. Frightening. Yeah, that is her legacy. I've got a great recommendation. Damn, I can't remember its name. Damn. It's a video by Kane Skittles. He's amazing. He's a lovely Canadian, but he lives in Manchester. He is great. He is a comrade. You can trust him, and he does what he covers what she done. You can't miss the video. You can see her and a couple other cabinet members, I think, as well. You see her face front and centre. Plus the function of fascism video as well. That's great.
Is out of control, and over 9 million people of working age do not work. Markets will soon exact.
Leave me the fuck alone. I can't go back into work. That's who you're mentioning, by the way. Do you want to elaborate on that? You want people who are retired, who are disabled, who are actively dying. You have to remember that 9%. Those people, some of them are actually on benefits because they've got terminal diagnosis. And you want us to go back into the job market? You're an absolute fucking lunatic. I've got a brilliant husband. He will defend me into his last breath. There ain't no way you're going to get people like me going back into work, right? Have fun trying, though.
Their price for the folly of the last quarter of a century as a result of the failure of the two-party duopoly, Labour and the Tories. Both of them are jointly responsible with the civil service for undermining our constitution, deceiving the electorate, and feathering their own dishonest nests.
Your lovely party leader is doing that as well. Has he even visited Clacton, by the way? Or is he too busy fawning over bloody Trump? Oh, and I expect to see him on Question Time when they take a trip over there, which is stupid. It's a British politics programme. Don't know why they're going to the States. Yeah. Yeah.
Reform is now the last hope for a return to some form of normality.
No, you're not. No, you're not. To actually stand any chance of becoming the party of government, you're going to need to convince us up here, by the way. Good luck. You're going to bloody well need it. We will never vote for yous. Your policies scare the living shit out of us. You're filled with transphobes and xenophobic and racist bastards. Or out and out capitalists who just want to strip mine this country and fuck off to your holiday homes in either the Caymans or the Caribbean somewhere, or over to the States to grift the American people. So no, To become a party of government, you need to win over Scotland and Wales. That's not going to fucking happen.
The majority will prevail over minorities, and 17.4 million people who voted for Brexit must be rewarded with delivery of the independent nation state.
I thought we'd move past that. Stop fetishising the 17 million, please. You and the Brexit Party and the Tories and parts of the Labour Party kept on bringing up that fucking number. Stop doing that. Most of us got hoodwinked by the lot of yous. Tory, Labour, well, Brexit, who now moved over to EU reform. So no, don't fetishise the 17 million. I voted for Remain because I didn't trust any of you fucking lot. I wanted to get out of Europe, but not with you lot in charge. Just look at it. Look what's happened to us. We're a laughing stock.
State for which they presciently opted against all the odds. Damaging legislation must be repealed, the size of the state drastically reduced, and total power must be returned to Parliament, who are accountable only to the electorate. We have been living through a period of madness akin to the South Sea Bubble, the Mississippi Scheme, and Tulip Mania, when men think in herds, go mad.
2 of those were scams. 2 of them were literally scams. You going to explain that bit, please? Tulip Mania and the South Sea Bubble were scams. They were thought up by, well, some people might say geniuses, but it was a scam. Both of them were scams to take money from the actual state, maybe not the people of the countries, but it was to take money away from the state, take money from government. Genius, really, I think, but still damaging.
Mad in herds and only recover their senses slowly, one by one. Reform has now established the beachhead in Parliament, which Nigel identified as our primary aim. We need to restructure into a proper political party, fight and win local elections at both county and borough level, and carefully select our team of candidates to win the next general election.
Pull the other one. It's got bells on it. You don't have a coherent political stance, in my opinion. You're siphoning off people from both Tory and Labour. Don't get me wrong on that. Mostly boomers, mostly older Gen Xers, so from about 55 up, you've siphoned off a few of those people. They won't survive. They maybe got 20 or 30 years left in them. You aren't a credible party. You will never get into government, hopefully. Hopefully. As long as if you've got that mouthpiece as a leader, it ain't going to happen. The lot of yous, the 5 of yous who are actually in Parliament, yous are all grifters.
First past the post has its issues, but our 5 MPs have proved that we can win in that system. And when the dam bursts, it will do so spectacularly. We have a plan to help support our candidates and guide them through the experience we have gained over various electoral forays. They say experience costs money, and I have certainly found that to be true. Our country, our history, our freedoms, and our independent sovereignty are impossible to value. It is now a case of not just can we win, we must win. Then, and only then, can we deliver the changes that this country so desperately needs. Let's end two-tier policing. Ensuring that the law is applied fairly and equally to all. Let's back small businesses.
I have no problem with that. I like small businesses. I try to shop at small businesses whenever I can. I try to support independent traders. That is good. They're good people. It's good that they've started their own business. I don't want to keep on going to corporates to get my stuff. Take this. Shein. So God knows what the carbon footprint of this cardi is. This top was bought at a local shop on resale. I only paid £8 for it. It is cotton. It is lovely and bright green. Lovely leggings from, oh dear God, I shouldn't have done that. Lovely leggings from Adrian Fixon. Recycled fabric. Delivered from Latvia. I love them. They are amazing. I try to buy local whenever I can.
Raise the VAT threshold. Scrap IR35. And slash corporation tax.
Piss off. We need to be dealing with the climate sooner than 35, right? It's going to be bad before 2030, let alone 35, okay? We need to stop using fossil fuels. We need to come up with a coherent recycling and upcycling or reuse of things. Completely green energy. Completely. Get rid of all the fossil fuels. Stop shipping in fossil fuels from other countries. We shouldn't be doing that.
We must reward risk-taking entrepreneurs.
Oh, you'll have to tell me how that turns out, Shanna. That sounds amazing. I used to knit, but only used to knit like cardigans or tops, usually tag tops or halter tops when I was younger. My gran showed me how to knit and crochet. Had to stop. Stupid fingers don't work. But I loved doing that. That was amazing.
Who build businesses, employ people, create wealth, and above all, pay taxes. Maggie used to say, I am with the workers, not the shirkers.
We know she said that. I actually know an absolute mad bastard who got that as a tattoo with a big circle and a line through it and said utter lies underneath it. Loved it. Well, effing lies underneath it. Thought it was amazing. Only cost them 30 quid. Mind you, that was about nearly 30 years ago. Got some really good tattoo artists here in Glasgow, by the way, award-winning ones.
Well, let me tell you, I am with the workers too. Let's
No, you're not.
scrap every diversity-related role in a vastly reduced...
Oh, I'll decode that for you. Get rid of worker protections so you can be discriminated on your gender, on your age, on your sexuality, on your ethnicity. Fuck off. Fuck off, Rupert.
in a vastly reduced public sector and judge people on merit.
Fuck meritocracy. Doesn't work. We have evidence from all over the world that it doesn't work. And you just want to follow down America's route? Really? Hopefully most of us will rebel against that and block you. You can try and outlaw protest. We ain't going to fucking stop.
Singapore propagated a small, highly paid, effective state based on merit alone, and now enjoy GDP.
I'll give you one thing for Singapore. I will agree with you in some capacity here, Rupert. They pay their politicians a fuck ton of money. There is effectively no private lobbying. You can't take any sort of bribes. There was one recently. The politician got booted. He is not allowed to run for any level at all in Singapore now because he was taking bribes from a company. I can't remember what they were building. I can't remember. Damn. But he got kicked. They get paid hundreds of thousands a year. I think the head of their government gets like £1.5 million a year. There's virtually no, they stamp down on corruption. Obviously, they're neoliberal, or parts of it are actually neocon, libertarian type politicians, but they get paid well. I will give them that.
Per capita, twice as high as that of the UK. Let's repeal the Human Rights Act of 1997.
Shut up, poor and disabled and sick people. You don't have a say anymore. Thank you. Try and shut me up, see what happens.
And leave the ECHR.
It's not like the fucking EU. Oh, fuck me. We don't need to follow what the ECR... We don't need to follow what it does. You do know that we were one of the founders, one of the main founders, actually, by the way. We don't need to follow what it says. We can do what we want. There is no vote. We don't leave it. We just stop adhering to it. Yeah, that is. Yeah. That's why they keep on either talking about meritocracy or actively promoting it. Or you have people like Peter Thiel who basically just want to get rid of meritocracy and hand us over to the power of the oligarchs, the corporations, the multinationals. And at that point, we are literally all slaves. The weird, a lot of them keep on talking about meritocracy. So infuriating. Shut up. No, it doesn't work like that. You're either lying to us and you know exactly how it works, or you're completely clueless. Take your pick.
Thereby
Yeah, I suppose.
stopping the influence of foreign judges on British law.
It's not foreign judges that decide that. It's UK judges. There is no foreign judges. It's the judges that live and operate here in the UK that decide this stuff. We sign up to it, we say we're going to follow it, and it's our own legal system that either uses that legislation, those tenets of it, they decide it. There is no foreign judges that decide with that. It's our own fucking judges that do this. And by the way, the legislation to get that stuff sorted, it's going to be a fucking nightmare. It's going to make Brexit look like a cakewalk. Trying to unravel everything that we've adopted from the court. Going to be a fucking nightmare to get rid of it all.
Let's investigate and repeal divisive legislation such as the Equality Act 2010 and legislation that has bloated the state with quangos such as FUSMA 2000. Let's stop the boat.
Right. I don't know what that one is. Huh. I don't know what that one is. Let's open next time. Explain the Yeah. Must make line go up. They're like a bunch of zombies at times. We adopt what the ECHR say, and it's our own judges here in the country. Sweden, America, France, bloody hell, even Singapore, if they're signed up to it, I'm not sure. Or Japan or China. It's their own judges that decide this stuff. It is a committee of judges and lawyers and stuff that actually say we need to do this. We want to change this part so we can represent these people and make it harder for this group of people to do this stuff. Then it comes to said country, then we decide on how to implement it in our country. The fact that they keep on going on about this just, oh God, it infuriates me. It's not how our fucking law works, Rupert.
Ending the madness of thousands of unchecked. Ending the madness of allowing thousands of unchecked foreign young men into the country illegally. Let's responsibly defund the monopolistic, malign BBC.
Monopolistic? The viewership on the BBC on other platforms actually went down over the last sort of decade or so, maybe the last 2 decades. I watch it for news. I watch it for Doctor Who. And if we've got a cup final, I watch my cup finals. Obviously, the rest of the football's usually on Sky or BT, well, TNT now, not BT Sport. But the cup finals for each of our countries, they're always on terrestrial. Every time they come back to say, can we put it on these other channels? No. We have a right, it's written into the trust and at the chart for the BBC. We get our cup finals. So that'd be the FA Cup final, Challenge Cup, and another one down in England. Plus we get the Scottish Cup and the League Cup. Those two are always shown on BBC or ITV, it depends. So we always get them on what's classed as Council TV, so we can see the cup final. They've been trying for decades to get rid of that. And every time either the BBC or the actual leagues or anything try to get that changed so they can get more money, we all rebel, saying that we won't pay for the season tickets for the clubs. Then they panic. So they don't do it. So we get the cup finals on terrestrial or Freeview. So we don't need to pay for it. Okay, you got BBC Worldwide. That brings in more money for them than the license does. I'd get rid of the license, but still keep the BBC. Landom, hello. Welcome in, comrade. Is there some Swedish writing? Did you? Oh dear God. You probably heard it from us. Might have got it from Talk, or maybe Talk TV or GB News, or quite possibly the BBC. Sky might have mentioned it. Channel 4 only mentions them when they actually have completely crazy bastards on GB News or Talk TV. You might have got it from us. You might have been... Your Swedish chud might have got it from over here. Sorry, no, right about that. A lot of European countries seem to be following what's happening on our news more closely now, which is kind of frightening. So you're picking up all our bad habits. Ooh. I try to help whenever possible and say, don't listen to them. Trust me, GBB's is fucking mental. And Talk TV's got some right ghouls on it. Julie Hartley Brewer. Damn, I can't remember who's on GB News. Obviously, we've still got Nigel on it. The Honourable Member for the 18th Century, I think he might still have a show. God, I hate Jacob Rees-Mogg so fucking much. Douglas Murray. Do they use him a lot on GB or Talk TV? You've got a few of them actually appear on Talk TV and GB News. I'm not entirely sure. I'm sure she's probably been on GB News before. Should be easy to check, actually. Don't worry too much about it, Christina.
Making it a subscription service and let the people decide its fate. Let's scrap 20-mile-an-hour limits.
Yay! More people getting mowed down on the roads. You do know that's only used in built-up areas around schools and hospitals and homes. That's why that's got brought in. Seeing an endless parade of children mowed down as they're coming out of school. Isn't that nice? I've actually seen it myself. It's rather disgusting. So having that 20-mile limit around schools and shopping centres and built-up areas, I love it. It is good. So scrapping that, you're going to see a lot more people getting mowed down, getting killed, life-altering injuries. So no, that is madness.
Low traffic neighbourhoods. End the war on motorists and allow free enterprise to flourish. Let's reverse devolution and restore our Act of Union.
Fuck off. Fuck off. Leave us alone. If you try to get rid of devolution, if you try to come for our parliament again, there's already been Tory party members. Can't remember if any Tory MPs or lords have said this stuff. Can't remember. But you have actively just declared a state of war between you and the Scottish people. Fantastic. Come and visit, see what happens. Yeah, what a concept.
Scotland Scotland is now a dysfunctional example of failed devolution.
Nothing at all to do with the current funding at all. Neoliberal policies. No. That hasn't damaged us at all. It's just been policies from Holyrood. Really? You're going to have to show me proof of that, Rupert, please. Please, any proof whatsoever. Nothing at all with stupid reforms or blocking our legislation because it is not seen fit for the public interest or for the security of our nation. No comment on that? You don't want to expand on what you mean by getting rid of our Holyrood Parliament? Or the Senate? Or Stormont? Well, hopefully Stormont will become irrelevant soon. Hopefully. Try it. See what happens. In all honesty, try it. I'm up for a laugh.
Funded by the English taxpayer through the Barnett formula, with Wales close behind.
We pay in more than you give us back. Right? Take a look at it. Actually, take a look at the legislation and the economics behind it, the actual receipts. We pay in more than we get back from the central government, by the way. None of yous ever seem to mention that. None of yous. Not even Labour. We pay in more than we get back, right? You do not fund us. We fund you.
Less government must be better for all citizens. And finally, let's slash legal immigration. To put it simply, we are full. Only the best and the brightest who will contribute to our economy and, importantly, integrate into our society should be allowed in small numbers. Uncontrolled mass immigration is the root cause of so many of our issues, yet the political establishment refuses to acknowledge it. Either they're incompetent or they're lying.
Mixture of both. And it depends what government you're talking about for the last 50 odd years. Seriously, it depends what government you're talking about. Do you want to expand on that? Do you want to see what governments have really fucked up? I would say all of them since I was born personally, but that's just me. Going off my own lived experience. Do you want to give us a clue on what governments you're talking about? That might actually help us, so we know what to do in the future, so that shit won't happen again.
Fearing the failure of their misguided policy of a utopian multicultural society. As Margaret Thatcher said,
oh God, he's fucking obsessed with her. We've been a multicultural society for the last at least 300, probably over 400 years. And there is good evidence, probably over 500 or 600 at this point. We've been multicultural for a good few centuries. So you're just scared of scary brown people, scary Islamics, want to bring in Sharia law, whatever that is. We've been a multicultural country for centuries. London was multicultural for hundreds of years. Hundreds. We've got Birmingham as well, most multicultural city in the UK. I'm not entirely sure where Glasgow is in that thing, We're probably in the top 5. Glasgow is amazingly diverse, and we all get along, mostly. It is brilliant here. I love a multicultural society. Christ, that's a mouthful. We've been multicultural for centuries, Rupert. All right?
After 9/11, the events of September the 11th are a terrible reminder that freedom demands eternal vigilance. And for too long, we have not been vigilant. We have harbored those who hate us, tolerated those who threatened us, and indulged those who weakened us.
Care to expand? Who do you mean? You talking about people like me? Disabled? Marxist? Wanting better for our country, for our countrymen and women? Foreigners who enrich our communities, who bring in their culture and make it amazing. Their music, their history, their language. I love that. It is amazing being able to meet a diverse amount of people in one city, in one community here in the north of Glasgow where I live. It is amazing. I love it. Being able to interact with these people has enriched my life.
Did anybody listen? When I asked Keir Starmer at PMQs, did he agree that allowing millions of immigrants into the country since 1997 had damaged our communities and undermined our public services?
No, it hasn't.
His lame response was that he was unsure of my numbers. What was he questioning? Whether millions of people had entered the country since 1997? That is an undeniable fact, and it is of great concern that he does not seem to understand the electorate's legitimate and growing concerns. Sadly, his instincts as a human rights lawyer, from which he has earned his living, is embedded in his DNA. The current formula simply isn't working, and change is now essential. Challenging the over-complex legal system is hard for a law-abiding nation. But the silent majority now needs the courage to call out the dysfunctional state of Britain before it's too late. As Tacitus said, the more corrupt the state, the more numerous the laws.
Right. There isn't much information about how many foreign nationals have entered since 97. Odd year to pick, by the way, Rupert. Since 93, the UK has consistently seen more people migrate to the country than leave. In 2023, so last year, the net migration was 685,000, with 1.22 million people migrating in and 532,000 migrating out. So it's not millions, so I'll give you million. I'll give you million. And you do realise most of them are probably students or other specialists come in to help with infrastructure projects and things like that. Most of these people stay for between 8 and 15, maybe 20 years, depending on what they've come in for. Students stay for an average of 6 or 7, They come over, they do their studies, they can see if they can get funding for a PhD or a master's, and they go back to their home country if it's not in complete disarray. So saying millions is very disingenuous.
Our collective objective has to be a reform government between now and 2029, which represents the interests of the British people. As Winston Churchill said,
pretty much. Oh,
the
God.
farther back you can look, the farther forward you are likely to see.
The man is a monster. I hate him. Let's get that out of the way first. The further back you look, the more some of your arguments look completely daft. Funny that. The more people research history about our country, about our society, about how we've operated, you get proven wrong. I wouldn't bring up history if I were you, because most of the time, most of your stuff, I was going to say half, but it's probably about 75% of what you say is utter nonsense. And if we study our history properly, you get proven completely wrong. It's fun. People, study your history. It's amazing. We can counter nutters like this. Oh no, it's not. It's not. No, right. Not at all.
Back, I came across the view of Socrates on democracy and its vulnerability.
Oh dear God.
He said, democracy must fall because it will try to tailor to everyone. The poor will want the wealth of the rich, and democracy will give it to them. Young people will want to be respected as elderly, and democracy will give it to them. Women will want to be like men, and democracy will give it to them.
Oh, I'll show you. Yeah. Fuck you. We don't want to be treated. Right, I'll go for the easy one first. Women want to be treated with respect. Our point of views are valid. Most of the time, it's actually correct. Not saying all the time, but a good portion of the time, it's usually correct. Young people want to be treated with respect so they can actually be taught and go into what they want. Young people know that they're not old yet. We just want respect so we can live our lives, help our community, help our country, help the planet. We want respect. Okay? Seriously? Why would you get... Most women in this country want decent laws. Yeah.
Foreigners will want the rights of the natives, and democracy will give it to them. Thieves and fraudsters will want important government functions, and democracy will give it to them.
Ding, 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 ding. So you're not going to do that now that you're in Parliament, are you? At all? You, or Nigel, or Benabeeb? None of yous? You're not going to do that? Really? You're not going to try to use the state to further your own careers? I'm doubtful of that. Really.
And at that time,
Yeah.
when thieves and fraudsters finally democratically take authority, because criminals and evildoers want power, there will be worse dictatorship than in the time of any monarchy or oligarchy.
Criminals and evildoers. What, you mean the Tories? Or for that fact, most politicians, come to think of it. So none of yous are grifters? None of yous? You're all good, dirty, honest people who want the best for your constituents. Really? Believe it when I see it.
Now is the time for the people of Britain to have the courage to speak out before they lose their freedom of speech, and their special way of life to whatever subversive forces are seeking to undermine us. Be it the European Union, the World Economic Forum, the United Nations, the billionaires, the World Health Organization, the Bilderbergers, the Council on Foreign Relations, crony capitalism, Tony Blair's socialist dream, or other malign forces.
Tony Blair's socialist dream. Oh, dear God. You do know that his dad's a lord, don't you? Tony Blair is not a socialist. He's a fucking Asian millionaire with a property portfolio that is fucking big. Really? Socialist.
Reform represents the people, fairness, common sense, and an accountable government in Westminster for the British people.
Really? Huh. Oh, God, you're completely laughable. Really?
That cannot happen without seismic change. Please remember that the only thing for the triumph of evil is for good men to do nothing. We must now collectively, but legally, bring the fight to them. Thank you.
Yes, very much a buffoon. Very much. I'll actually check that. Let's see what constituency he's representing. Tell you exactly where it is. Oh. Hello. Okay. Oh. Great Yarmouth. In Anglia. Oh, dear God. Yeah, that's not going to show up. Oh, no, there we go. Yeah, there we go. The one in the box is where it actually is, and the smaller red one is the actual constituency. I believe that actually worked. The size of the electorate is just over 70,000. Let's see. God almighty. Right, he got 14,385 votes. He got 35%. Okay, the turnout was 40,000 and the registered electorate was 73. Yeah. So just slightly over half of the constituency. That means half of them didn't fucking vote. Ah, there we go. The turnout was 55%. Wonder why the other 45 didn't vote. Not a screaming majority, is it, Rupert? Okay, more brain rot. What do we think? Subscriptions. Oh, how long is that? Oh. We'll do turn left. We'll pivot away slightly from brain rot. Oh. Okay, the stream's right, 5 minutes. I'll be back momentarily. Okay, I missed. This is Turn Left we'll be watching now. It's a socialist socialist media outlet based in Britain. The lead host is called Curtis Daly. He is amazing. We love Curtis. Their Friday run has a TikToker called Sneakret. She's amazing. She looks great. Oh, I can actually see their chat. Sweet. There's some really good people on the channel who are in the chat, including myself when I can. My lovely back pillow. Look at him. Isn't he amazing? Oh, so much better. There we go.
Hiya, how are we all today? Welcome back to Normal Island Live. I am Sneakret, and I am happy to be hosting you for tonight's show. Normal Island is the live show where we try to highlight the stories that may not make it into legacy media headlines, but also provide a progressive perspective on those stories. So,
Oh,
if
dear
you're joining
God.
us for the first time and you think that we're biased, it's because we are. We've had that comment a couple of times, so just wanted to be clear. Tonight is our last Normal Island show of the week, but as always, we will be back on Sunday for the debrief. So let us know what you'd like to see covered in that show by messaging us at Turn Left Media on Twitter. You can also keep up with us over on TikTok and Instagram as Turn Left Media as well. So, what do we have on the cards for tonight? Boris Johnson has called for a referendum on the UK, leaving the ECHR. We'll be having a quick look into that. We'll be talking about the assisted dying vote. MPs are going to be getting the first vote on assisted dying for 9 years, but we'll be talking about why now. From there, we'll be speaking about the United Kingdom returning the Chagos Islands-ish, giving back sovereignty to Mauritius, with the exception of a few key parts that we'll be speaking on. Complicity and Confessions, we will be looking at Al Jazeera's latest investigative documentary, which has shown both the IDF documenting their own war crimes and raised more questions about the UK's complicity. Finally, we're going to be wrapping up tonight to talking about the Conservative praise for Wes Streeting's plans for the NHS. And we'll be looking a little bit further into the Toryfication of the Labour government's plan for UK healthcare. As we go through to the stories tonight, I'm pleased to be joined by the wonderful Maya,
No problem,
aka
no
Right
riot.
Advocates over on TikTok.
Look after
Maya
your
is an
pets, as
accessibility and
always.
inclusion specialist who uses her platform to try and create accessible public health, political, and social policy content. She also provides practical advice to help disabled people uphold their rights and advocates for the eradication of health inequality. Maya, thank you for joining us today. I am looking forward to getting your thoughts on our stories tonight.
Thank you for having me.
And also, everybody, this is Maya's live debut. So please give a lot of love in the chat. Really excited to have her joining us. But thank you, Maya. And yeah, everybody,
Hello,
please
Maya.
give a big warm welcome. Now, before we jump in tonight, I do just want to say a huge, huge thank you to everybody who's joined our community over the last few months, either as a Patreon supporter or through YouTube membership. Turn Left is a growing platform, but we're all still voluntary, whether we're hosting, whether we're guesting, whether we're producing. Everybody who joins the show or plays any part in it is doing it because we care about bringing these stories and these voices to you. So anytime you are able to support, it could be through becoming a member, it could be supporting us over at turnleftmedia.co.uk/support, or it could be something as simple as sharing this stream, following us on our socials, reposting things, helping us get up in the algorithm. Everything is appreciated. So thank you very much again. Okay, if everybody's ready, we're going to do a deep breath and we're going to get into the headlines. So, Boris Johnson's back in the news. He has shared his position on the European Court of Human Rights today.
Oh, look, it's floppy hair Brexit man. Can you just hurry up and fuck off, Boris, please? Just do books, do your history again. I know you're quite a big classicist like me and Hellenist. Carry on. There's a wealth of information in your own family history. You could do that. You could do a history about the Ottoman Empire. That'd be fun for you.
Telling the Daily Telegraph that he thinks that there is a strong case for a referendum on the UK being part of the European Court of Human Rights. On a completely unrelated note, Boris is also promoting his new memoir. But does he have a point? Is the European Court of Human Rights stopping us from reaching our full potential? No, of course he doesn't. He just wants to promote his book. But I might be wrong. Maybe I'm getting ahead of myself. Maya, what do you think? Do you think he's got a point here?
I think a lot of the reason they want us to leave the ECHR is because of migration, but you cannot stop migration, especially through deregulation, which I think is the main reason people want us out of the ECHR, so that we can deregulate. And if you deregulate workers' rights, that doesn't make workers more productive. And deregulation also doesn't improve standards of living. So I think actually the more that we talk about this whole leaving the ECHR thing, it's not going to happen under Labour, but the more we talk about it, it almost gives it it makes it a valid talking point when like every sane person thinks it's an insane concept to leave the ECHR.
Yeah, we're pushing it into the Overton window. He's got a habit of throwing these referendums out there with devastating consequences. I feel like maybe he had a book. I don't know if he had a book to present, to promote last time ahead of Brexit, but it's good that we're all on the same page. So with that in mind, we're going to throw that non-story right away and we're going to move on to the next thing. MPs are going to be getting their first vote on assisted dying in 9 years. So the Labour MP for Spen Valley, Kim Ledbetter, has introduced a bill to Parliament this week that would give terminally ill patients the right to choose to end their lives. This is the first time since MPs voted against a similar bill in 2015 that the issue has been brought back into Parliament. And it follows on from a promise made by Keir Starmer to allow a new vote on the issue where MPs could vote with their conscience. It's called a free vote. There'll be no party whip holding anything against them from that side. Kim has said that the time is now for the vote. However, there have also been a number of criticisms that the bill could lead to a slippery slope in terms of the right to choose. Responding to these comments, Kim said that wherever a law has been introduced in other countries and it's got strict limited criteria with proper safeguards and protections, it hasn't been widened. So there's a perception that that's the case, but it isn't the case. Where there are countries where the law is broader, that was always how it started. So I think there's a perception around this slippery slope concept, which actually isn't reality. Now, Maya, this is a topic with a lot of nuance in terms of the readiness of the healthcare system to introduce something like this. Do you feel like the time is now for this kind of bill?
I would like to kindly tell Kim to look at Canada, which have sought to expand the criteria of which you are eligible to enter kind of this assisted dying scheme, which is called MAID in Canada. They have expanded it. And in fact, there was a case where a man who his only cited condition was having hearing loss was the sole list on the criteria of the reason he wanted to end his life. And he was granted assisted death in Canada because they loosened some of the requirements around it. We have had instances where veterans who have requested adaptations to their house because of disability have, instead of being given those adaptations, have been referred to MAID, the assisted dying scheme in Canada. They have put the brakes on opening it up to people with mental ill health because it is too difficult to ascertain when somebody's basically irremediably mentally unwell.
Yeah.
But also you have to, it only works if people are given more options in end of life care, not less. And too often end of life care could, like the assisted dying program, could be framed as a way to take the strain off health and social care. It only works if you give people more choice. However, one of the most cited reasons in Canada for people entering the end of life scheme was having basically like having a low standard of living, not finding enjoyment for life, not being fulfilled by their life due to their health conditions.
Right.
Correction, you're right. Have you been checking on that? Good for you. I've been checking on it as well. It's an absolutely horrible situation. I feel for Atlanta and all their citizens, because if that starts dissolving in rain or in other bodies of water or in plant life or pets or animals who are mostly outside, it's going to be horrible.
That's totally people able to be supported from if they're correctly supported by health and social care and with things like housing. If you have people who don't have the right support systems around them, they're going to be more likely to either go of their own will or to feel pressured to go into this. And actually, I don't think we're in a safe place in the UK where we can talk about this, because hospices are underfunded in the UK. Most hospices in the UK are charities. They don't receive government funding. So there is an issue with hospice funding, and especially across the UK, how it's a bit of a postcode lottery as to the standard of care you'll receive. So if you then introduce this, oh, well, you can all end your lives early
Just
and
die then.
Then hospices aren't going to get their funding. You're not really treating the problem. And generally I am pro euthanasia, but not now.
Yeah, it's a really tricky line, right? I think one of the issues that was raised was around the idea of that being causing the reduction of funding for palliative care for people who don't wish to end their lives. So essentially putting people into a situation where they feel pressured to.
Damn. I wanted to ask my sister when we can scrape her off the ceiling. Essentially, my younger sister's a palliative care nurse, so she's right on the front line of this issue. Essentially, she helps people who are still in their house who don't want to go into hospice here in Scotland. Well, in my home area of Perthshire, and she helps people in their houses. I'd really love her take on this one. That might actually help a lot with my understanding. We had a brilliant MSP called Margot MacDonald. She brought that. She was a promoter of this legislation for Scotland before we lost her. Might actually be a good idea to look at it again. It would be, yeah. A lot of people in wider society thought people like me, who have a degenerative disease, might be more susceptible to it. Speaking for myself only, of course, just now, I wouldn't want to do that. I've got plenty of support. I've got a brilliant husband. I've got one of them, a really good GP. My family support me, they're amazing. Just being able to stay on an even keel is a good thing with my medicine regime, which is good. I can understand why a lot of people who are terminal, who don't want to go through horrific pain, that would be horrible. We should be looking at it again. I do like that. Obviously, there need to be safeguards, obviously. But they were worried a lot of disabled people might use this legislation because they see themselves as a burden on society or their family or their husband or partner, girlfriend, wife, whoever. But a lot of us don't think like that. Most of us just actually just want to have a decent life. But having that legislation as a fallback would be good. I don't want people to suffer needlessly. That's horrific. That is akin to torture, in my opinion.
You're either going to have a long drawn out illness and it's going to be horrible and it's not going to be funded and you're going to be considered a burden and there's going to be all these different things. I mean, like that thing about the veteran is absolutely crazy. You want better housing? How about instead you die? That's crazy. Like it's completely, it's very, very scary, and it does get a little bit dystopian, especially when we've got the likes of Wes Streeting in charge of our health system. I don't know if he's the one that I would trust to safely be providing people with that choice.
I also think that we're too close to the non-consensual DNR scandal that happened during COVID, where like we don't know the scope of how many people had these non-consensual do not resuscitate orders put on their files. But we know that it happened, and it did happen to scale. That non-consensually withdrawing care, we haven't sorted out why that happened and how those decisions were made until we can have those sort of open and honest conversations. I don't think we are in a situation that's safe to talk about end of life.
No, I don't think so. I think we've got a couple of comments from people who might be sharing some things in the chat in terms of some of the stories here as well. Yeah, Rachel said MAID can be dangerous for impoverished people. I think this ties into what you were saying just now.
Yeah, I mean, the whole thing about palliative care is to die well and to die in the best, most comfortable position you can be. And, you know, a lot of the time, there's a lot people can do. If we start talking about euthanasia, that capacity is just going to become eroded and people will get pushed into it.
Yeah, it becomes, I guess it's one thing in the story of, I'm going to jump over to Becca's comment here. It's one of these things, if you want the most painless, like most dignified death, essentially. But if that results in other options being taken away, so that it's your only option, but it could have been different. Becca said, my gran really wanted to die. She kept going in misery for years. I wouldn't want that at the end. I think that's something a lot of us can relate to as well. And then some of these MPs will be thinking about savings. Exactly. I think that's the fear that we have there.
Exactly. And I think this conversation needs to, like, actually quite a lot of the hospices have said that, like, they don't want to get involved with this conversation.
Yeah, one of the one that my sister used to work for, they've shown some reservations about it. Don't get me wrong, there are doctors out there who want this to be implemented, but with plenty of safeguards. Yeah, people like me know about it. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Right for misuse, right for it. A lot of people feel because they feel they're a burden, because too much hassle and all that. That is nonsense. I don't see it like that. It's a shame that people feel like having better mental health services will help alleviate that and actually fixing the structural problems. Who'd have thunk it? That would help. Having decent, safe housing, good nutrition, being able to enjoy the surrounding area or getting out and about would be amazing. Great health provision as well would be a boost. It would be ripe for misuse, but the legislation can help with that. Damn, I'd even offer myself to help draft the legislation. Speaking as a disabled person, of course.
Because they are about like not prematurely ending life, but making it the best time it can be for an individual. That if we
well said, no, Riot. Well said.
If we are not having this conversation with people who have lived experience of this, and especially with the disabled community and with the carers and people who work in social care, like these people need to be the centre.
That is why he's called Super Hubby. He takes good care of me. Bit of a contrarian when it comes to politics, of course, but all in jest, we have discussions, but he is brilliant to me. He takes such good care of me. In a fairly dilapidated flat here in North Glasgow, but he does amazingly for this household, for myself especially. It is good. Just being able to have a decent base to live from would work amazingly. Elevate people. Fantastic.
Of this discussion, it cannot be the Department of Work and Pensions or the Department of Health and Social Care. It needs to be people who have real life experience of this.
I think there's a good point just in the chat around this being around assisted dying for people who are terminally ill before their illness makes them suffer. I think that was what we were speaking about a little bit at the beginning in terms of the fear of it sort of snowballing, but also in terms of, I guess, even when we're speaking about terminally ill people, we still have the underfunding of palliative care as well as a result of, like, if someone has 6 months to live.
Now I know I can talk to my sister about that, because that is directly her job, how much money needs to go into palliative care. All of it, all the money, apparently. She wants all the money. Just being able to provide for people so they can have a decent base and not suffer so much from their ailments. I have seen people truly suffer with their arthritis, either their osteoarthritis or their osteoporosis. A lot of people older than me, obviously, but people like me who got diagnosed as a teenager, as a little girl essentially. We've been put through the ringer for the last, it'll be 35 years nearly for me now. Just give us decent healthcare and decent housing and enough money to live on. I think we've got a little bit more money now, which is good, and I like that. Being able to provide for people in palliative care would be amazing to me. I want that so much. They deserve it. They've gave to this country. They've provided. They've worked in their communities for decades, and now we're treating them like shit. Fund it better. That is why I am not trusting Wes at all. Obviously not advocating for violence, but I feel that I would need to smack Wes Streeting on the bottom. Stop being such a ghoul. You're in charge of one of the most important functions of this government, and you're hell-bent on selling it off and reducing our quality of care. No. Bad Wes.
And palliative care is being reduced massively, hospice care is being reduced massively. It may cause
Yes,
people to
Nick
make that jump a lot sooner because they feel pressured to do so. Am I right on that? I feel like you know more than me on that.
Yes, and I would like to say that in Canada, they have said that no other country has these numbers in terms of rate of growth after introducing assisting dying laws. The precipitous growth that we've had is unparalleled anywhere. the numbers have gone through the roof and they're not what they expected. So that shows that there's something wrong with the boundaries.
Yeah, I think it's a really difficult one. I think they are saying that the bill is going to be introduced on the 16th of October, or on the week of the 16th of October, and they don't have a full view of what that's going to look like just yet. But it does. I think we probably all have an element of skepticism when it comes to Wes Streeting as well, being the one to roll this kind of thing out.
I mean, there was a
Oh yes, we completely agree with you, Sneakret. Totally. I didn't trust him as far as I could throw the bastard. The three that I detest, that I despise the most, obviously they directly affect me. One of them more widely, obviously. Rachel Reeves. Dear God, I really don't trust her. I'm keeping everything crossed for October the 30th. Liz Kendall, the head of the Department of Work and Pensions, basically the UK benefits agency, between her and Reeves, I'm sure they're cooking something up. I'm sure of it. We'll find out what it is. And then I'll start figuring out ways to counter the pair of them. Then Wes Streeting. I really, really don't trust him as Health and Social Care Minister. Don't trust him at all. So let's see what the three of them are going to cook up for those two departments on the 30th. Damn scared.
Report on this that came out very recently, and they did say that not enough patients were consulted in the report, and that is one of the main report findings.
Well, yes, I think, thank you very much, Maya. I think that's, we'll go into a little bit more about the future of the NHS when we look into the Toryfication side a little bit further down. But thank you very much for now. And we're going to jump into the next story. If you are like me and you're not fantastic at geography, this may be a lot of hearing about the Chagos Islands this week. The UK has agreed to give sovereignty of the Chagos Islands back to Mauritius. Kind of. The government have announced this.
1 second. Managed to work for that. I'll show you that constituency. Let's see if I can bring up where these are. They're in the Indian Ocean, by the way. Holy fuck. Dear God. Okay, I'll show you. You know what? It is literally in the middle of the Indian Ocean. There we go. Madagascar, Somalia, Kenya, Yemen, Oman, India. Malaysia, Thailand, Burma, or Myanmar. Apparently, they've come to an agreement with the Americans. Interesting. There we go.
Week that the UK will return sovereignty of the Chagos Islands to Mauritius after decades of disputes that have included everything from the ICJ to the UK supposedly threatening Mauritius. However, it's been returned on one condition, that the UK-US military base on the atoll Diego Garcia is allowed to remain and operate for a minimum of 99 years. So in this statement on the decision, David Lammy said that this government inherited a situation where the long-term secure operation of the Diego Garcia military base was under threat, with contested sovereignty and ongoing legal challenges. Today's agreement secures this vital military base, underlined, for the future. It will strengthen our role in safeguarding global security, shut down any possibility of the Indian Ocean being used as a dangerous illegal migration route, underscore, to the UK, as well as guaranteeing our long-term relationship with Mauritius. Now, Tory leadership contenders are obviously having an absolute field day with this topic. I think Robert Jenrick said that it's ideologically driven. I think Tugendhat said that it'll give China the chance to build a military base there. But when we look at Lammy's statement, it doesn't feel like...
To put it as Michael Walker would say, we are the landlords. We are the landlords. America were the tenants. They rented part of the island. They rent that base from us. It was originally built by us, I believe, I think. And it's their base. But they rent from us. So for them to carry on renting, I think these 99 years, I think us, the Americans, and the Mauritian government have come to some sort of understanding for those 99 years. So Mauritius will become the landlord instead of us. Do you know how much the Americans will be paying? Probably the same, whatever the hell it was that we charged them. Unless, of course, Mauritius wants to charge them more, which is their right if they want to. Personally, I'd kick them off the fucking island. Find another island, piss off. But because of where it is and how close it is to either the southeastern islands, they're in Southeast Asia, and it's a close shot to the Arabian Peninsula, essentially, to the Middle East or the Near East. Fighters and bombers are based on the island, so they can get to the Middle East rather easily and to the African coast, like I showed Somalia, Kenya, places like that, Madagascar. So I think that's why I would have loved to have seen those negotiations. That would have been mental, just to see what they came up with, what sort of agreements are going to carry on. Obviously, we won't find out. We won't get told. Neither us or the American citizens, or quite possibly even the Mauritian citizens, or the actual people who live on the islands. That'll be brilliant.
It's part of something super charitable or ideological, dare I say woke.
Good one.
In fact,
yes.
It feels a bit
Thank
like
you,
it's
Noah
kind of
Ryan.
trying to find a silver lining. But then, why have they done it? Well, it's very, very possible that this decision has a lot less to do with ideological goals, intention to undo the colonial harms of the past, and a little bit more to do with the fact that we were ordered to give the Chagos Islands back in 2019 by the International Court of Justice.
We were.
Yeah, it turns
and
out
we didn't do it.
occupying the Chagos Islands illegally. Before granting independence to Mauritius in 1968, Britain was found to have unlawfully separated it to form a new colony on the Chagos archipelago named the British Indian Ocean Territory. Of course, at the time, the UK dismissed these UN rulings and judgments, and they argued that the ICJ ruling was merely an advisory opinion.
But look, one of the permanent five disagreeing with a UN resolution. Who'd have thunk it? Yeah, we've illegally owned that for 10 years before I was born. Fucking amazing. Fighting international law. Lots of corollaries with that going on just now, really. Very suspicious. Very.
So, in order to lease Diego Garcia to the US military back then, the UK forcibly expelled between 1,500 and 2,000 Chagos Islanders. Working with the US, the UK government displaced the Chagosian population between 1967 and 1973, not only on Diego Garcia, but also Peros Banos and Salomon. But you guys can tell me if you think this sounds familiar. Based on the reports at the time, the UK falsely declared that Chagos had no permanent population, so that it would not have to report its colonial rule to the UN. But in reality,
lies.
the Chagosian community had obviously lived on Chagos for centuries. Now, we've agreed to give it back as long as the military...
Not centuries, Sneakrit. Not centuries. Millennia. They've actually done DNA analysis of the Chagosians. The ones that got basically kicked off and kicked to other countries. They've been there for millennia. They've been there for thousands of years. So we came in, kicked off the indigenous population, told them to fuck off, essentially, and took their home from them. Funny that. British Empire. Doing war crimes. Never been known.
Military base is still allowed to operate for a minimum of 99 years. The decision has also drawn quite a lot of criticism from the Chagosian community who have been displaced for decades.
Yes.
Chagosian Voices, a community organisation...
Yes, where have we heard that before? There's some sort of bell ringing in my head about that, really. Can't quite place it. We've been there for centuries. We used it as a way station, essentially. Refueling, so the sailors could get off the ships, refuel, restock, blah 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 blah, all that stuff. But we've been there for, I want to say the Napoleonic, so about a couple of hundred years, roughly. Maybe 200, maybe 230, 250 years. We've used it as a way station. Funny that we've got islands scattered all across the globe. Falklands is one of them. But apparently they like being British citizens. Seems weird. Each to their own, of course, but they like being British citizens. On you go. But no, these people didn't want that. Getting kicked off your ancestral lands. Deeply, deeply scummy. Deeply. Blech.
Chagosians based in the UK and several other countries where islanders have settled deplored the exclusion of the Chagosian community from the negotiations. They said they were leaving them powerless and voiceless in determining our own future and the future of our homeland. The view of Chagosians, the indigenous inhabitants of the islands, have been consistently and deliberately ignored, and we demand full inclusion in the drafting of the treaty. Our government have also been criticised in the case of the Chagos Islands for the internment of Tamil asylum seekers on the island for years, which might be the illegal migration route that David Lammy was talking about there. Now, Maya, I saw this story yesterday, and I almost, when I first saw it, thought that the government were doing something out of a sense of duty to do the right thing. Is it skeptical? Is it skeptical of me to think to not think that that's the case anymore?
I don't know if it's maybe a growing pressure of how many UN resolutions we're not going along with at the moment that has made David Lammy go, the Tories were told this in 2019.
There's a good few of them, Maya, trust me.
We've got to do one at least. We've got to comply with one international law, right?
Yeah, but the UN's ruling was
No secret. Why? Why should we? Why? We believe in the rules-based order. Honestly, we do.
Was to give them all back, not give all but Diego Garcia back. And I will just say, you did miss a quote from James Cleverly, what he said at the Tory party conference that was incredibly insightful. He said, weak, weak, weak on David Lammy's decision. So a beautiful nuanced point from Mr.
Thank
Cleverly.
you, James. He's always got those.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, insane that we're having this conversation and acting like giving them back is the end of the reparations or compensation.
No, it isn't.
I've been reading a lot of people's accounts on what life was like when they were able to live there, and I've seen it described as a paradise by multiple different inhabitants, and that they've really painted this beautiful life where
the islands themselves are absolutely beautiful. They are stunning. I would describe it as a paradise with a carbuncle of military buildings on it. They shouldn't be there. They shouldn't. Detracting from the natural beauty of the islands of the archipelago. The place itself is absolutely gorgeous. Give it back to them. Damn it, let the Chagosians have an actual country of their own.
They just, they made all of their own fishing boats. They just lived off the land.
Excuse me?
Ate so much seafood, and the stories, the poems that they tell from this time period is just so beautiful, and it's just such a horrible reminder of US and UK global greediness, to say the least.
Yeah, it's we do seem to have a habit of telling people that nobody's living somewhere and then giving it to someone else. Maybe that's our thing. But this is I think one of the messages in the chat here. It's worth almost to comply with some of the audit. It feels like replying to half an email. Now, just to say, they are technically giving back sovereignty of the entire area, but it's on the condition that the US-UK military base is still allowed to exist and operate for 99 years. So I guess technically Mauritius will be ruling over it, but not that. It's an interesting one where they've given it back, but also you can't go anywhere near it, and it's a secretive military base, and we're in charge of it.
And they've described it as a 99-year lease, which, if we're going to be using the language of leasing something, I think we should all start acting I think the Chagosians should act a little bit more like UK landlords, and they should just call a no-fault eviction and terminate the contract early.
Yeah. I mean, it's also that base was used very heavily during the so-called War on Terror in 2003, and Mithril in the chat has mentioned a little bit like Guantanamo. It's not exactly like Guantanamo, but I will say the Tamil asylum seekers who have been kept in temporary displacement camps there for 3 years now. There's been reports of attempted suicide. There's been reports of hunger strikes, including children, essentially because they have traveled to the island and attempted to claim asylum there. And rather than sending people on, I think this was also when there was a discussion about potentially sending these people over to Rwanda as well as part of a separate Rwanda plan. There's not been any news so far of what the UK government is planning on doing with those people. It's essentially just that's yours now. I'm going to send everyone in. We're just leaving that where it was. There's no work that's been undone realistically in this context.
No, and we know that by the 1900s, there were 426 families living on the archipelago. That's 426 families who were forcibly evicted. If you want to really do something good, well, they call it an evacuation. But I have a big issue with the word evacuation because it makes it look like it's some kind of natural disaster and that they were saved from something. and it wasn't. It was an eviction and then really human trafficking to different parts of the world. If they wanted to do something nice, then they should also rehouse those people on the archipelago and put in a community fund to make the communities as sustainable as they were back then. But also the Diego Garcia has been very important for things like the Cuban Missile Crisis as well. And I just don't see that the UK, with all the tensions from China, will ever give that back, regardless of 99 years.
No, it's interesting, and I think it ties into the Israel-Palestine dispute, discussion, conflict, occupation, where it's this with a lot of the rhetoric that we see around the return of colonial like land that's been colonized is we'll give back it, but some of it, and on our conditions and on our terms. So we'll return this island to you, but only if you let us continue to have our absolutely massive military base there, and only if you don't ask us any questions about it. And it's like, it's interesting that it continues to remain, it's on the terms of the colonizer, it will continue to be, but I don't know if we expected much more. It is disappointing to see that the Chagosian community overall found out about it via the media. They found out about it at the same time as the rest of us across like BBC News and things like that, especially when it's only a certain number of families who were displaced. Like, it's not like you're trying to gather hundreds of thousands of people together. It's yes, very frustrating. So I think we are gonna jump through onto, speaking of our kind of bloody colonial history, we are going to speak about Gaza. I know that there's been a lot of news today of new bombings, new attacks, new strikes being ordered across Yemen, across Lebanon. I want to speak briefly about the investigative documentary into Gaza that Al Jazeera released yesterday. I think it is available on YouTube. It's also available on the Al Jazeera website. Compiling videos, photos from a database of the social media accounts of more than 2,000 IDF soldiers, documenting their own acts of violence, which more often than not includes war crimes in Gaza. The investigative unit for Al Jazeera, known as the I Unit, shared that they were originally expecting, when they started this process, a lot more work to go into identifying the perpetrators of these acts. They were looking at things like geolocation, how they were going to find the identifying features of the people who'd made these videos. But it turns out that this wasn't needed because for the most part, the soldiers that were posting this material were posting it in their own names on publicly accessible platforms. They often gave details of when and where the incidents took place. I'm going to say now, before we get into it in too much detail, we're not going to be sharing clips from the documentary here, but we are going to share a few quotes from Al Jazeera's key findings describing some of the events that they saw in the footage. I do recommend everybody watches it. I think it's really important to watch, but as a warning for now, and also if you do go over and watch the documentary, it's going to be disturbing, and it is really upsetting. But here is a little bit of what the I Unit found. From the explainer linked to the video from the Al Jazeera investigative unit, they shared that the behavior displayed in the photos and videos that they found ranges from crass jokes and soldiers rifling through women's underwear drawers to what appears to be the outright murder of unarmed civilians. Most of the photos and videos fell into one of three categories. You had wanton destruction, you had the mistreatment of detainees, and you had the use of human shields.
Yes, correct.
And
No,
all
right.
three of these
Correct.
may be violations of international humanitarian law and war crimes. In the documentary, Al Jazeera share this footage with a whole host of different people. They share it with international human rights lawyers. They share it with retired British Army generals. But one of the more common styles of content that they find within these, like I think it's something like 2,500 sources, are of soldiers detonating buildings. As you can see in this photo, a lot of these videos show the soldiers themselves in the act. It looks like a group holiday photo or something. They're not worried about being identified. They're filming themselves committing war crimes. Like, they're not ashamed of it. But why would they be? In another part of the documentary, The team speak to witnesses about their experiences in the Strip. And one of the people interviewed, Abu Amr, says a soldier told his son that nothing prevents us from killing you. We could just kill you all. That's normal. No one will deter us and no one will call us to account. And that's true, right? That's what our government and other governments have taught them. That's why they're happy to film like actual acts of torture and post it on their social media accounts. In one video, films a detainee being pulled from the back of a truck and says, "Look, I'm going to show you his back. You're going to laugh at this. He was tortured." Other videos and photos show the IDF using Palestinian civilians as human shields, forcing them to inspect empty buildings covered in blood whilst being monitored by a drone. Another part of the investigation shares that at the Nasser hospital in Khan Yunis in February, a young man was forced to act as a messenger by the Israelis, ordering displaced people to evacuate the building. And that man was then shot dead by a sniper in front of his mother. It's been almost a year since October 7th. There are hundreds of examples of videos, photos, testimonies of these crimes. Not only that, but they're being posted online by soldiers using their real names. Soldiers like Shalom Gilbert, a member of the 202 Paratroopers Battalion, who posted a video to social media showing 3 unarmed men being killed by snipers.
Delightful.
We know that our government don't care or that they don't want to look, because we've been seeing a lot of these videos for months. If you're like me, you'll have seen them on social media. You'll have seen them from Middle Eastern Eye.
Yes, we have seen them. It's bloody dystopian. I hate it. We should be fixing the situation, not adding to it.
But the documentary also shared reports from Declassified UK highlighting just how keen we've been to participate.
There's another recommendation. Matt Kennard is bloody amazing. You can either type in Matt Kennard, I'll give you his name. Matt Kennard. Declassified UK. Beyond aggravating how much impunity they've got, gleefully posting war crimes on their social media accounts. Yes. I mean, we've got plenty of other sources of their war crimes as well. Yes, we do. But they've got the gall to post it by themselves on their socials. Yes. Sickening. Absolutely sickening. Each and every one of them need to be arrested, along with that absolute ghoul. Forget about the war crimes he's been committing. He's got domestic charges against himself. Domestic. He shouldn't be in power. He shouldn't be Prime Minister. For fuck's sake, Knesset, deal with him.
In aiding this genocidal state. According to the report, the British have been running surveillance flights over Gaza from the Cyprus RAF base Akrotiri since early December.
There we go. They're showing a tweet. It's got a picture of the island of Cyprus, and where the the airbase is in Akrotiri on the island. That's where we base most of our flights from during the War on Terror. So they all flew from Akrotiri, and we've got another one. We've got one on what is classified as the Turkish side of the island, and we've got one on the other side of the demilitarized zone, which is seen as the Greek side of the island. Funny, legacy of colonialism. Bloody amazing. That's another island nation I feel for. I've actually had family members who go on holiday to Cyprus. Cyprus looks beautiful. I love it. It looks amazing. I'd go there as a Hellenist and study and see what sorts of classical era structures and history the island has. It looks absolutely gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. But yeah, right across the middle of the island, there's a demilitarized zone, and we're on both sides to make sure they both behave themselves. Funny enough, that's where he was getting most of his information about these foreign hordes coming from. No, most of the people who live on Cyprus, Nigel, want to stay on Cyprus. They just want everyone to fuck off. God, colonialism sucks arse.
Supposedly to facilitate the rescue of British-Israeli captives, of which there were 2. But apparently there was up to 1,000 hours of surveillance footage captured.
Fantastic news, right?
The planes that were being used for these flights do have target acquisition capability. Maya, who knows?
Depending on what types of aircraft they're using, because we have 4 or 5 different types based in Akrotiri. Oh, bloody hell, I didn't know about that neural riot. Oh, crud. I'll see if I can find that. Thanks for alerting me. I'll wait until more information comes out. We should have more about that by the time I stream tomorrow. Oh, right, here we go. Opposition spies made an ongoing genocide. I just claim the man announced. Christy, what for CBS? Right, it's from Breakthrough. Sweet. I'm sub to them. I'll check that out. Thank you, Neural Riot, for alerting me to that. Great. Yeah, we'll get more info over the next few hours. Probably in the next 8 to 12 hours, we'll get more info on it. Thank you.
Maybe we weren't using them for that, but where does this leave us when it comes to our knowledge or lack thereof of the war crimes that are being committed by Israel?
Well, I want to start by just going back to that clip that you spoke about the man who was shot in front of his mother. The most disturbing bit about his story was that, for me, was that he had been tortured previous to this. He was then taken back to Gaza and then told to go and tell people to evacuate and that they had to leave. And he said to his mum, I've been telling you, you will need to leave. And that he was then told by the Israelis that he had to return to his captors, to the Israelis, after giving this message to his mother and the people she was sheltering with. Now, he, on the way back, when he was walking back, like that's when the incident happened. But for me, it was absolutely devastating when he was tortured, like taken away, tortured, then put back, told to deliver the message, and then told to then come back to his captors, and then was shot. It was just horrific. I think it really showcased a institutional lack of discipline, a sense of rampant impunity, But for me, the whole documentary just felt like a package of evidence for prosecutors, but also for people in the UK and the US, because the UK and the US was really singled out in the documentary. That means that there's no plausible deniability. None of us can say we didn't know what was going on and what we were enabling by allowing us to continue to arm Israel and also giving them diplomatic cover.
I mean, yeah, this was the thing, right? We're talking about, on the one hand, it's surveillance coverage. It was to return the captives, but in those 1,000 hours of footage that you filmed, you didn't notice. What did you think was happening? Were you looking away every time the indiscriminate bombing was happening? Did you not? Oh, that we didn't pick that part up. We were just specifically looking for hostage. Like it doesn't make any sense. But the UK government did respond to this apparently. So I just want to pull up our response. But according to the UK's government response to the iUnit's investigation, they said, we've heard this before. They said the UK is not a participant in the conflict between Israel and Hamas. As a matter of principle, we only provide intelligence to our allies where we are satisfied that it will be used in accordance with international humanitarian law. Only information related to hostage rescue is passed over to the authorities. Now, I've seen news that's come out earlier today about the US government responding regarding concerns that the international law is being broken. We saw David Cameron dodging the question earlier in the year. We also found, was it Alison Pearson uncovered that we had received legal guidance not to engage in this. It's unbelievable that we're still feigning ignorance. Oh, well, we're not involved in this war. I don't really know. From my side, I feel like I don't know what we have to say about it anymore because the strategy from the government is silence. But I don't know. How are you feeling on this now?
I mean, we're setting a precedent for the future. And if we want to kind of return how things were before October 7th, when this all comes out in the courts, the UK, the US, and Israel will all have to face the music. And, we will be looking at things like sanctions. Now, imagine the economic effect if, say, a country like China sanctioned us. That would destroy our economy. And I think that a lot of people really, there's this kind of Western exceptionalism where you just think like it's never going to come and bite us. Like the rules-based order, it's not for us. We make the rules. But I do think that none of this makes sense on paper. Israel is radicalizing the people of Palestine, Syria, and Lebanon, and Yemen, because when you torture hundreds of thousands of people, you are creating lifelong enemies. You are creating a hotbed for radicalization and for people to hate you. The only thing that makes sense is that Israel plans on being forever at war.
Yeah. I mean, it's like Jesus, you think about like the race riots in the UK the other week. It was because a girl was killed by someone who wasn't a asylum seeker, who wasn't a Muslim. And that turned into like the immediacy with which there are people in this country who are pushed to insane acts of violence that don't even connect in their heads to any kind of actual experience or trauma. We're talking about people getting shot in front of their mothers. On like a massive scale. That's like, I think, they said in the documentary they had 2,500 files that they found, and that's through social media accounts. That's what people are sharing. That's what these soldiers feel comfortable posting about on the internet, and it's just, we've seen it. I don't have government surveillance. I haven't spent 1,000 hours flying over to see what's happening, and I've got a pretty strong idea of what's going on. It just feels completely rampant. I think we do have a couple of comments as well that we'll look through now. Biden should be sent that documentary. I mean, wasn't Biden saying the other day, nothing is going to happen today? I don't know what day he said that on, but I'm pretty sure quite a lot of bombing happened. The absence of accountability and a sense of impunity leads to monstrous acts, as we've all seen. I think that's Maya, what you were heading towards in that.
It also creates a kind of global security crisis because people aren't just going to hate Israel, they're going to hate the allies as well. So I actually only feel like there's going to be any major changes when the US and the UK feel those security impacts, when people want to punish us for the physical and democratic aid we've been supplying Israel.
And it does also make you think. I'm sure you've had this. I've had it plenty on social media. We get it on TikTok all the time. But talking about, whenever you speak on Palestine, you have people say, well, Palestinians should be stopping.
One of the great chatters in Turn Left's chat when they're live, called Double D, rather funny. The absence of accountability and a sense of impunity leads to monstrous acts, as we have all seen recently. Well said, Double D. Well said.
Hamas, like the civilians should be stopping Hamas, or like, well, Palestine voted for, like Gaza voted for Hamas. And it's obviously, one, it's factually not true because of the average age of people in Gaza, but also if we have, like, our government is currently funding and supporting this and enabling this, I don't want to face the blame. I don't want to take the blame.
Another chatter for this topic. Someone called Scottish Soul. Love it, brilliant name. In simplistic terms, as a parent, this is like watching two children fight, one bullying the other in such violence, and the UK government is the parent just going, oh well, I'm not getting involved. Well said, Scottish Soul. That is correct. We should be getting involved, and so should the Americans. I don't know what one would be the mum and one would be the dad. In that, or the mum, or the other mum, or the two dads, or the two non-binary parents. Interesting. Who would be the carrot and the stick in this situation? That's a good question. How the hell would I bloody research it? I would say the way it's currently looking, America are spoiling the child, giving them all the toys that they're demanding. Doesn't necessarily need to be either the mother or the father, essentially. That might be a good research topic, actually, to do that. See where we've actually worked together. Mosaic being one of them. Dear God, that was a... Right, there we go. Set myself another task. Christ, I'm going to be busy.
For not having stopped our government. But that's how people in the UK think about people in Gaza. This is the crisis that we're going to be heading towards. And it's very, very scary, but it's not kind of unexpected, is it? Sorry.
I do also think that it is way too kind of short-sighted for people to think that this is going to be something temporary that's going to just kind of blow over. You're blowing up people's lives. That is going to create generational trauma.
You have, it's something like in the last 8 years, the number of worldwide displaced people has gone up in the millions, and that doesn't include Palestinians, because they're covered by a separate area of it's the UNRWA, right, as opposed to the UNHCR. But we're talking about 2.1 million people being displaced.
You're right. In my time as a bar manager up in Perth before I moved in here, ginger ale and vodka inexplicably was one of our more popular ways to have vodka. Really? I don't get it. I put ginger into my curries and my stir fries. I like fresh fruit ginger. It's quite good, but I have never understood ginger beer. Never. Far too disgusting for me. It makes me. I would say I was going to say it doesn't do anything detrimental, but it does actually make me violently ill. Literally violently ill. Just disagrees with me completely. Ugh. Bitter lemon doesn't do that, but that classically goes with gin, which kills me. Ugh. Oh, Christina, ginger ale or ginger beer. Incredibly popular here. Like I said, I don't understand it. Each to their own, of course. If they want to have ginger ale in their vodka or their whiskey, they'll mind you. If you like it and it agrees with you, carry on. Can't go anywhere near the stuff. Ugh. I'm nice and easy. Either lemonade, Coca-Cola. I prefer Pepsi myself. Or Iron Brew before they destroyed it. I was really upset that they went for the sugar tax one. We have to pay for the classic version now and we only get it in glass bottles. At least I've still got that outlet for my Iron Brew. But your standard can, bottle, either 2-litre plastic bottle or the glass bottles you get, is all the one with the sugar tax in mind. It still tastes like Iron Brew, but it's not the same hit. Yeah. I was just showing you. Obviously, if you don't want to drink, I completely understand that. I'm a naughty girl. I use that as a painkiller, which I shouldn't be doing. My GP understands why. I really need to start cutting down a bit more. I have cut out a lot. Yeah, we get them here as well. Or they put far too much sweeteners in it. You still get the hit of the ginger, but the amount of sugar, either stevia, which is the natural one, or your high fructose, the ones you get in the States. I've asked a couple of my friends. They've moved back here now. But the ones your root beer and all that ones and your ginger beer you get over in the States, just laden with sugar. Like teeth rottingly sweet. And I thought Iron Brew was bad. Dear God. Oh, there we go. Violently ill again. I can't go anywhere near cinnamon. I have to make sure. It could be described as an allergic reaction. Doesn't actively kill me, just makes me throw up everything I've ever had, ever eaten in my entire life. Yeah. Can't go near cinnamon. Whoa.
I do think that people in the media, we are slightly handcuffed by how we can talk about this because obviously Hamas and Hezbollah are prescribed organisations.
Do you think that stops some of us? They can't come after all of us, Maya. Seriously, they can't. Obviously, we do still have to skirt the line a bit. We have to be careful because we could get arrested for some of the stuff we say. But yeah, if we disagree, I'm going to disagree with stuff. I will. I've said it for years. Try and shut me up. See what happens.
In the UK, and prevent referrals are going up. And I personally don't want a knock on my door, and I'm sure you don't want to either. But providing a balanced argument as to, yes, these are prescribed organizations, but they also run infrastructure in these countries. And, you know, terrorism is a point of view.
Yeah. Yeah. I think that is something we always have to be aware of as on the Turn Left channel, is that we are fully aware that we are online. And as a result, there are certain opinions that we may have, we may not have. That's it. I think I do want to just flag on here from Mithril has said, I'm very glad I'm not on anti-social media anymore. My mental health is a bit fragile as is. I really strongly recommend that people do watch the documentary. However, I really want to give people a warning. We've seen a lot of really, really horrific things over the last year, and before, but especially in the case of Palestine. And I do think it's important to see this stuff. It's important also, though, to protect yourself, because also activism is not effective when you're tearing your own mental health down. We need to be able to sustain ourselves as individuals. We need to be able to bolster ourselves. And as a result, I do think that it's important to remember to give yourself the space to be able to sustain this, as opposed to falling over into kind of a doom spiral or anything like that.
I do think there are some ways you can be more sensitive when you consume this sort of media. So I think if you do really want to watch it, you can watch it and use it as more of a podcast, and don't look at the video of it. You get enough of the audio. Personally, one of my worst bits of the documentary was somebody's testimony where they just described what had happened to them. So you have to be careful with that sort of thing. But I'm sure the transcript will be available soon online of the whole thing. And if not, if you go to like some trusted news sources, I'm sure you'll be able to read loads of different reviews. And if you read enough reviews, you might be able to get a good enough picture without having to sit through it.
Yeah, I think they do have Al Jazeera have a explainer of like all of the key findings as well, which they share with the video. I think if we can, I'll ask if we can drop it in the chat. If not, we'll make sure to share it immediately after the live over on the Twitter as well. I believe it's called "What Did Al Jazeera's Investigation into Israeli War Crimes Reveal?" But if we can share that link. If we can't share it because of YouTube's rules, we'll post it very shortly after. Thank you very much for that, Maya. I appreciate it. It is a really, really heavy topic, but I think it's something that we owe it to people to see, or we owe it to people to be aware of. But yeah, I would recommend looking at the explainer, watching anything like that. Now, we do want to hear more from people in the chat as well as we go. I do want to say a thank you to Zeke the Beast. Middle name is, love that. Zeke the Beast. Thank you very much for the gifted memberships. That is massively appreciated. Thank you for any gifters, any members.
Zeke the Beast gave 20 memberships to Turn Left. It's £1 a shot, essentially, per month, which is well worth it. I'm a Patreon as well. I pay them the membership, the join button on YouTube, plus the Patreon, which is £5 a month. And it's well worth it. They are all amazing. And I try to get there every it's Monday, Wednesday and Friday nights, plus they do the debrief every Sunday. 6 p.m? 7 p.m? Damn, can't remember. They're great. They're absolutely amazing. That's why Sneakrit was giving the warning. I've watched it. The actual video, I watched it. The warning needs to be said. I would encourage you to watch it if you can. Obviously, protect your mental health at all costs. I understand that is a perfectly correct thing to do. I've watched it. I'm already so angry at stuff. And I've always been able to shield myself. Decades of learning how to do it. just due to my own problems and issues throughout my life. I can actually help if anyone needs any sort of shielding mechanisms, how to do them, if you want. But yeah, the best thing you can do, if you feel that you won't be able to handle it, or you don't want to, or you're not ready to watch it yet, wait. Do other research, watch other videos, watch Turn Left, watch Kev, or watch Helena. Or who else have we got? Who else could we suggest? We could watch SK the Crusader. More than likely find that on his YouTube channel. He still does live streams. He's got the YouTube's on. Usually starts at 5 today, 5 p.m. So in about 12 hours-ish, 13 hours. So they all cover this stuff. Obviously Declassified UK, Novara, all those ones. Electronic Intifada, obviously Breakthrough News, Democracy Now! They'll cover this as well. Oh, good.
Anyone who joins to support. And of course, if you are enjoying tuning
No
into
problem,
these
Christina.
lives, please do go ahead and support Turn Left by hitting the subscribe button. Middle East Eye is worth a look from my perspective. It's something they actually posted a compilation video.
Oh, damn. Forgot Middle East Eye. I'm subbed to them as well. They're great. Obviously, Try Decolonise Palestine website. They were on the deprogram good few months ago, possibly even last year, can we think of it. They're amazing. They're a resource. You just go into their website and they can give you lots of different places where you can get information.
Recently of all of the different of a selection of these videos that they had found. I think it was a few months back of just blatant war crimes being committed by the IDF. So I do, yeah.
Oh yes, it is. It is.
Well, feels like we're living in the factors leading up to section of history titled Breakdown International Rule and International Law. Maya, I will bring you back for this because it feels like we're living through a hell of a lot of history at the moment. There's one thing that I've talked about a bit before, which is hindsight bias.
That is actually an amazing comment. This feels like we're living in the factors leading up to section of history titled,
which is the idea that after something's happened, people go, "Oh, of course, it was always
breakdown."
And one of the big dangers that
breakdown of international law. See Abyssinia for context. Wow, this is Ethiopia, by the way.
We have with history repeating itself is that we like to make it seem as though it was never it was a completely unique event. So every time we have a genocide, every time we have something like this, we go back and say, oh, it was specifically this group or these people or this thing. And actually the factors are generally pretty much the same. I think that's what's really scary when you do know a little bit more about these topics.
I mean, I've always thought that the UK was really missing out on the sort of education that German children get, where they describe the factors and how it's slowly built to dehumanize a population to that degree. And I could just see some very interesting history books in the future about how the Israelis have managed to get to this stage of dehumanization, human animals mowing the lawn. And so proud, it's not just an issue with Benjamin Netanyahu. There are many people in the war cabinet, and especially in the documentary, they show concerts of people jumping around, screaming.
Oh my God. You okay, Neuroriot? You do know that I'm here for you, by the way. If you just want to talk, just chill and stuff, you can hit me up in the DMs in Discord or whisper whenever you see me in the chat. Okay? Bloody hell. Remember, we're all here for each other. Community building. Oh, you're welcome. Honestly. I think my super hobby's finally starting to understand why I'm doing this reach out. Why I want to help people and educate. It's good. Being able to educate people like this is an amazing facility that we all have. My entire setup that I have here. Slightly over 300, 318 just in the raw hardware that I'm using. Microphone. Wireless RGB mouse. Laptop. Webcam. Third webcam. The first one that I ordered broke, literally smashed in delivery. Thank you, Every. You're fucking useless. The second one didn't work. There was a manufacturing fault in it. Got full money back for it. And this is the third one. This is the one I paid the least for. I got it on a discount. And it's a better brand. And it's working amazingly. This is a refurbished. I'm loving it. It might be HP, but it's doing well. I keep on meaning to check if I need to get a better graphics card or anything into it so I can start playing games. So a nice chill playing games would be cool.
We want your villages to burn. We're going to burn your villages.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, I mean, it's not that rare for humans to do this kind of thing. Not another fucking referendum. I think that may be one from a little bit earlier on in this show. But we will jump over into the last story of tonight, I think. Yeah, I've just dropped the link in the chat for anyone who does want to see the explainer as well from Al Jazeera. Before we go into the last story, I do want to say there is a lot of news happening. It's been really hard actually keeping up today in terms of just the sheer amount of bombing that Israel's doing, the amount of strikes the UK is ordering. We want to be able to cover as much of this as we can. We'll cover quite a lot in the debrief on Sunday, and there's a little bit more of an option for you to kind of share your thoughts there as well, also suggesting things that you want us to talk about. But if you want us to have the capacity to do more shows, cover more stories, be more on it in terms of posting clips on socials or anything like that, then you can help us grow the platform by supporting us over at turnleftmedia.co.uk/support. Over there, you can either support us monthly, one-off donation, any amount is an incredible help, and it's a step towards becoming a full-time media organisation. So thank you in advance. Now, we're going to come into the last topic for tonight. The Conservatives at this week's party conference praising Wes Streeting and his plans for the NHS. Fantastic. This week's gathering of the Conservative Party's brightest and boldest saw a number of Conservative MPs praising the work of our man Wes, which, whilst not surprising, is a little bit worrying again. This week...
Yes, Dixit. Exactly. This is going to drain us all. We'll be watching him constantly, especially me. Oh no, yeah, I understand. I'm going to be ramping up a bit. See if I can actually stream between midnight and 1 each night, which will be good. As a reach out, I'll see if I can segregate each of the days to make them a specific topic. Obviously, if there's any breaking news or any developments, especially where Gaza's concerned or Lebanon, and how that entire area and region develops, essentially, You're more than welcome to come on over here, darling, of course. So I'll be ramping up. I really will need to learn on how to get the actual videos onto my stream instead of people just listening. And if there's any photos or anything or pics, instead of me describing, people can actually see them. That might be helpful. Oh. Okay, back to West Streeting, or to start with West Streeting, being a bastard. Who doesn't it?
The Tory MP for Mid Norfolk, George Freeman, was asked his thoughts on Streeting's plans at a fringe conference around life sciences. He said, the new government have made it very clear that there's a lot of continuity. I'm pretty cheered. So that's great. I'm talking to Keir and Peter Kyle and others. They've been kind enough to say that this is one of the areas they don't view as part of the broken inheritance. Maya,
Fuck off. The NHS is literally all its staff screaming out for funding, screaming out for it. Not broken? My arse. It needs the fucking funding, not more privatisation, right? So Wes, I do love that sound alert on Helena's channel. Shut up, Wesley. I keep on meaning to check what episode that one's from. Going by his age, I think that might be the 4th or 5th series, maybe? Oh, please. Yes, I'd love that. That'd be amazing. Thanks, darling. Yeah. Everyone needs to see these videos, in my opinion, especially that documentary Sneakrit was saying about. I'm debating whether or not to watch it tonight on stream. I'm recording this anyway, so anyone will be able to get it through my YouTube channel anyway. So, oh God, would I get copyright cut if I do that? Huh. Sorry, I'll do it anyway. See what happens.
I personally feel loads better knowing that George, the Tory MP, feels that there's loads of continuity from the Tory government to the Labour government. On a scale of 1 to change, is this the change that you were hoping for?
No, but I didn't have a lot of hope with Labour having the NHS because it was actually under the Blair administration where they first started to privatise areas of the NHS. They started with cleaning services. And yes, the NHS was the best in the world at 2010. And so, you know, it looks like, okay, we'll go back to the same party, we'll go back there. But unfortunately, when you look at the stuff that comes out of Wes Streeting's mouth, it is not it. It is not what we are looking for. He seems to think that we can tinker.
Oh, Jim Speak, I fucking love you, man. On a scale of 1 to change, you put -100. Oh God, I love him. That's brilliant. Yeah, that is -100 essentially. Well done.
Around the edges, and we can just tech our way out of the NHS crisis.
No, can't.
It's not groundbreaking to say that we should not be working on a half analog, half digital NHS when most primary care is also mostly analog still. So it's not like a breaking news thing to think that digitalizing the NHS services will make things more efficient. Yes.
I just thought about that. Have we considered the internet?
We're doing carrier pigeon at the moment, maybe in 10 years.
Damn it, he's just innovating. He just doesn't stop innovating, this guy.
I know, exactly. I mean, the issues with the NHS are workers' rights, retention and recruitment, the fact that hospitals are crumbling, and generally,
Literally
if we're talking
crumbling,
about public
yeah.
health, only 20% of the public's health is determined by healthcare. The 80% is affected by wider determinants, which we call the social determinants of health. So it's things like housing, it's environmental factors. Do you live near a motorway? Do you live near like those sort of things? If you really want to tackle NHS waiting lists, if you really want to tackle the crisis in social care, you need to look at all the
How's the health system in Sweden now a riot? Obviously, I have loads of things I could implement. I've got loads of suggestions for Wes. Loads. Loads of them. Funding. More money. More money, please. Healthcare system. Healthcare system. Is it like our NHS? Do you have some form of like insurance that you pay? Is there like a safety net?
factors that are making people unwell. Stress is one of the primary causes of avoidable illness. Well, let's think about what causes stress.
Nice
Like,
one.
if you actually want to solve
I
the
like.
issues with the NHS, you need to look at these sort of things. And I don't think anybody's ready for the conversation of how do we stop the population being so stressed, because people immediately think, that means a worse economy.
Correct, Charlotte Claydon. Every time you cut the social safety net, you add more to A&E. Correct? Yes, you do. Or out of hours. Are they? That's good. There's about two or three different sectors. Gender affirming care, parts of that are hived off. They're in private hands. Parts of the NHS provision you get if you're serving a custodial sentence, so prisoners essentially. Parts of that have been hived off, so they get treated by private healthcare while they're in prison. There's a thing called the State National Hospital. It's basically where all the criminally insane, if you want to call them that get locked up. That is still in public hands here in Scotland. But a couple down in England, they're private provision. Wormwood Scrubs, a couple others that I can't remember at the minute. But some of them have got private healthcare provision that the British taxpayers pay for, but it's provided by a for-profit company or companies in some of the prisons down there. It's mostly still in public hands up here, mostly. That's why I'm worried. Because of the Barnett consequentials, if they change anything the way the funding the NHS works in England, it'll affect us in a number of different ways, essentially. Same here, yeah. Yeah, made ours go bananas as well. Oh dear God. Yeah, I'm sorry, darling. I never understood why your country done that. They did promote the vaccine though, didn't they? I would hope. We just didn't act quick. The Tory government didn't act quick enough, in my opinion. And I know directly, I know exactly what they should have done. Perhaps of having a degree in this. It's amazing. Anyway, point out how my government fucked up. Oh dear God. Oh, I feel for you. I really do. Can you see change coming? Especially where your healthcare is concerned. Yeah. At least they have access to it. A lot of them have to pay to get gender affirming care. Oh, for fuck's sake. Oh dear God. Are we talking years here for gender affirming care in Sweden then? That's bad. It's years here as well. If you can pay for it, I think you get it slightly quicker, but you're still waiting. You're still waiting for it. And these surgery, yeah, decades. Fuck. Ugh. I'm glad I managed to get. I've been lucky, obviously. That's why I try to reach out to people. I want them to have the healthcare that they deserve, that they desperately need at times. I was lucky. I got my diagnosis. Mine's a little bit late for one of them, but my EDS is rather difficult to diagnose at times, and a lot of doctors miss it completely at times. But I'm fine with that. They got my arthritis, they got my autoimmune disease, which is quite good. They got all my reproductive issues, essentially, before I turned 20, which is a good thing. 3 in the country of size of Sweden. That's mad. Only one of them's unpaused. Oh, fucking hell. Good word use there. Moderately long. Well done. Yeah, it is sad. Kind of depressing. Yeah, lots of countries basically fucked up, in my opinion. And as vulnerable populations, you have to be extra careful. You did, so did we. Just depends what kind of government you have in power, I guess. Felt like going up and slapping Boris at times during the first part of the pandemic 4 years ago, 5 years ago now, or before it'd be 2020, and we went into lockdown. So nearly five, fuck. Just felt like going up to him, slapping him. You went through this. You were actually in the hospital getting treated because you're a moron. You think with him having an experience like that, he would want to make sure that never happened to anyone else, but no. Only self-interested, obviously.
No, less stress workers mean less sick days, more productive workers. So healthy people, healthy lives, productive workers, growth of GDP.
I think Wes on his own has messed with my blood pressure.
If he has one hater, it is me.
He's just
Sorry, ladies. Sorry, it's me. I hate him the most. Trust me on that. It's only me in the entire country.
I I honestly, there's nothing that makes me more frothing than Wes
Yep.
Streeting. And, there are multiple factors why, but also, the rampant transphobia that just constantly gushes from his mouth. Like,
Mhm.
you can't talk about having trans women on wards and wanting to have like single sex wards if there are not enough wards for patients and patients are in the corridor. You know who's not getting a single sex ward? All the patients who are in the corridors.
Yeah.
All the patients who are in that hospital, in the ambulances outside.
That would be so Wes, though, to be like single sex corridors.
Yeah, it would
Single
be.
sex.
Last
There is
August.
there is a good question.
No, there's a new one. I've already had my COVID boost. I'm due my flu one from the end of this month to about the middle of November. I'll get a letter or a call from my GP saying I can go in and get my flu, my yearly flu vaccine. I've already had my my COVID one. I got it in the middle of September, so about 3 weeks ago. Yeah, it'll be 3 weeks ago on Tuesday. Yeah, it was on my payday. So yeah, 3 weeks ago on Tuesday, so just slightly over 2 weeks just now. I got my boost, so I'm happy about that. Fantastic. So I'm just waiting on getting my flu one. So hopefully I'll get the letter soon, which will be good. And I just go straight down to my GP practice for it now, instead of going all the way down to the south side again, to the Central Mosque. Yeah. I looked into trying to get a respirator, but dear God, they're over 30 quid here in the UK. I can't afford that, so I just use it. I just use masks. They're easier. Plus, I buy them in bulk. I buy them in boxes of 100, and they're all individually sealed. Yeah, all individually sealed. Do. There's here. Oh, yeah, which is good. I like that. The box of 100 that I got was 11.18, bit of a weird price. So I've still got lots. If you need a mask, I can send you one or a few. I'm not sure how many I've got left. I think I've got about 50 something left. 52 or something. I've got slightly over 50 left. I can send you a few masks to Sweden if you want the Euro Riot. Can I afford the respirator? I don't think I. Don't get me wrong. It would probably do me well to get the respirator, or more importantly, respirator for Super Hubby because he's asthmatic. I don't think I need it. I don't go out too much. Do you? Ah. They do. If it's too humid or if it's raining too much, I would suggest getting rid of them. Is putting a film over them that things can adhere to. Next best thing I would say, don't leave the house, but people can't do that, obviously. You have to leave your house. I have to get out every so often, obviously. Get cabin fever staying in this flat of mine.
Good comment from Charlotte in the chat saying, to be fair, tech done badly is worse than no tech, and we've been burned in the UK by test and trace. Based on Wes's recent paying for admission into Parliament, people talking mates rates and things like that with his outstanding businessman friends. It does. I am a little bit wary
Does
of
he?
it potentially not driving the most successful innovation, maybe not bringing on the best people for the job when it comes to trying to digitize the NHS.
Or also that he has accepted record amounts of donations from private health companies.
Yes.
And also, do you remember Palantir, who bought our data?
I forgot about Palantir.
This is like...
Can't forget about Palantir. That is that libertarian nutter Peter Thiel's idea. And he developed it with the CIA. So yeah, completely trustworthy. Completely. If you're up for researching that, feel free. I done it myself. I wouldn't recommend it. Peter Thiel is frightening, and so is Palantir. And they're encroaching on a lot of different countries, especially here in West, especially for countries like us now, Riot. A lot of governments are going like that, thinking how they can implement some of the tech that he uses in Palantir. Obviously, Elon's doing the same with like Starlink and stuff. And Neuralink, oh dear God. Yeah, always makes me laugh. You do realise where you're getting them from and what they're actually used for. So you either don't know about the books or this thing from that series, or you're doing it deliberately. You got me on this top. Lucky you get to see my beautiful pale face. Oh, darling. I don't blame you. Brilliant. How do I look on desktop? I don't get out that much. It's not that I'm scared or anything, but again, they don't know how my immune system or how my body's going to react. That's why there's a good few studies going on into autoimmune diseases. How they don't even know how they start, where they come from or anything. Oh, thanks, darling. Very kind. The reason I don't get out that much is more of the physical infirmities. Walking around takes a lot out of me. I get stiff, sore, especially with some climatic conditions. The cold and the damp just go right through me. And I'm a stiff nightmare. I can barely move. Move like a zombie, apparently, according to my super hubby. Delightful. You think this is pale? I've been near transparent at times if it gets too cold. Oh, thank you.
My special subject. So
I always forget about Palantir. And
Never
Brandox. Brandox are still doing stuff. I've seen them.
Yes. And generally, when it comes to all things in the UK, all roads when it comes to privatisation lead back to Serco. So there's lots of layers to it. He seems to think that the private sector can unlock some kind of capacity, which is...
Here's something about Serco. They're the ones that do the security on the British side on the Chagos Islands. They've had that contract. Blair? I want to say Blair. It might have been Brown. More than likely Blair. That Serco got that contract. It was at least in the late 90s to early 2000s that they got the contract, and they've been there for a while as the security apparatus for the British side, for the BTO. I hate Circa. They're useless. Former partner of mine used to work for them before he left and joined a homegrown security company here, being a store steward for nightclubs and gigs and stuff. He hated Circle. They were disgusting. I don't know. I'm either this. Oh, my sock. I'm either this or red, like my beautiful skirt here. Like white, red, white, red. And when I peel, ugh, really don't look that beautiful. I used to go through tubes and tubes of sunblock, bottles of sunblock if it got too bright and I needed to be outside. Both my sisters kind of they burn, but then they start tanning. I don't even tan. I think there's the bare minimum of melanin that goes through me. So I have to be extra careful. Plus my granddad, my mum's dad, he had skin cancer and he was in his 50s. That was a while ago, before I was born. So I have to be careful as well because I'm this pale.
Exactly what the Tories did, but I just want to make the really firm point that the private sector does not have the answers. The private sector doesn't have an A&E. They poach all of the healthcare workers that are trained publicly. There's never going to be if you run a health service, a for-profit model is never going to be better than a not-for-profit model. You need all of the resources to go back in. Like the last time I felt patriotic was during the Olympic opening ceremonies where we showed the creation of the NHS, because I think it's the most incredible thing in the world. And so to see that amazing idea that genuinely came out of this decade of national renewal rhetoric that has come out of Starmer's mouth, which is meant to be mirroring what happened after the Second World War, you need to have a fully socialized medical system where you need to increase.
Oh my God. Well said, Andy Carter. That's a great comment. All streetings lead to Circle. That's brilliant. Is she? Like me? It does actually, yeah. You have to be careful. Sunscreen, loose natural fibres all the way down to the wrist. Loose flowing either trousers or a skirt or a dress. Try not to use too much with SLSs in your body wash, shampoo, conditioner, shit like that, body creams. Yeah. I love redheads. My sister-in-law's a redhead. She does have a bit of a fiery temperament as well, but I love her. She's amazing. Yeah, they're basically they're sort of like preservers, really, and they make it easier, apparently, to lather and put on the skin. But they go slick and they still stay on our body, and if we react to them, it can cause maybe not rosacea, but it does make our skin kind of patchy looking if we use it too much. A lot of people are very reactive to it, and they come out in horrible red blotches all up and down their arms, their skin on their face and stuff.
Increase the capacity. Outsourcing things to the private sector that charge you twice as much for not the same standard of job is not going to help. If you give birth privately and you have a complication during labour, you're taken to an NHS hospital.
Yeah.
So the private sector get all the easy things, and the NHS got lumbered with all the complicated things. So yeah, the answer is in bringing it all back in-house, paying people the same amount that they would get in the private sector to genuinely be competitive, restoring the crumbling infrastructure of the NHS hospitals, and then really investing in prevention.
Yeah, it's always scary when a Tory talks about continuity. It's interesting that a lot of the language that we're hearing now around the NHS is not private, it's not funding, it's not economic language, but it's entrepreneurial language that we're seeing a lot of. Innovation, competition, dynamic. Like it's almost all of the phrases that you hear on like a job ad when it definitely means that job's going to exploit you. Like, you need to be fast-paced, dynamic growth, fast-moving environment, balance a lot of wear a lot of hats. It feels like there's a lot of that going on in the wording that we're seeing at the moment, which will essentially, as it does with these job ads, kind of just boil back down to having a really incompetent boss and a really unfair amount of expectation placed on you.
And Robert Jenrick is a big fan of Wes Streeting, which that should just be the review. Like, that should just be
warning, warning, warning. Robert Jenrick, like Wes Streeting. Warning, warning. That's all some people need to hear. That's all I need to hear. Obviously, I've got other evidence about Wes Streeting and Robert Jenrick. Ugh. Also, some people need. Oh, he agrees with him on this for the NHS. Nope, cancelled.
All that we need to know is if he's endorsed by Robert Jenrick, it's not a good thing.
Who's in like a competition to be the worst guy.
Yeah.
Just trying to win the worst guy award. Robert Thatcher Jenrick at the moment.
Who's always too busy because he's painting over murals so that nobody actually feels welcome.
What are you going to do, Maya?
We need the adults back in the room, and we are the adults.
We need the adults out of the room. Get them out of this room. They're keeping coming into the room and being really weird.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think there's a couple of good comments for us to look at here as well. In terms of some of these are serious and helpful, and a couple of them are a little bit silly. We've had Ali say, as though delayed train wasn't stressing me out enough. Now we're talking about that cokehead. When it comes to that, we've got Frank Hester owns System 1, which is the most commonly used GP software. For anyone who can't remember, is Frank Hester the one who said that he thinks Diane Abbott should be shot? Yep, that's Frank. Fantastic. We have then also a good comment here from Flow Snake. I think that's the idea. They flood the zone with disasters, crap, dead cats, in the hope that we'll forget about things like Palantir.
Yes. I mean, we should all be disgusted that it's been 5 years, probably about 5 years, I'm not exactly sure, where we have had the Safe Staffing Saves Lives posters all over the hospitals. Safe staffing obviously saves lives, but it also protects healthcare workers.
Safe Starting started 6 years ago, Maya. It was 6 years. It'll be 7 years next year. During the summer at some point, or just slightly after, during Easter, I think, April or May. It's been 6 years, nearly.
Workers. We have, like, the rate of suicide amongst healthcare workers in the UK is at an all-time high. It is I can't remember what the figure is, but it's at least one doctor every 2 weeks takes their own life. It's at least that, if not more. it's not just about pay. It's about making sure that our health service isn't actively traumatizing patients and the people who work there.
I think, yeah, one more comment in from.
There we go. Someone in the chat. Luna Rose 161. Honestly, as a trans woman, the thought of going to hospital under West treating terrifies me. I completely agree, Luna. Completely agree.
From Charlotte, I watched my Servo colleagues face the same danger as I did in COVID and get shafted if they got sick. There are so many NHS workers who have these stories of, especially during COVID, just being completely, people are traumatized. These workers are completely traumatized. And what was the headline that you shared with me earlier today of people being asked to come back to work to make up hours?
Yeah. So they are now putting in, they want to station like the people who usually work at the job centre in hospitals because of people who are always on long-term sick. So I get the idea. They're like,
for the patients.
Yeah, they're like, oh, the long-term sick, where do they hang out? The hospital. That's where we put job coach. Are you serious? Do you know what people are doing at the hospital? Oh yeah, I'll have my cancer treatment at 10 and then I'll pop to the job centre in the hospital at 3.
Just to cost. I didn't understand that story. I thought you were talking about for the staff. I didn't even realise that we were talking about shuffling over to the bedside.
Yeah, I had
of someone long-term sick.
Yeah, I had thought that as well. And then I looked at a few of them and I was like, oh no. Oh no, they mean the disabled.
That is absolutely horrifying news.
Yeah. So it's like, oh no, you're too sick to get to the job centre. Haha.
Let me know, I'll come to you.
Yeah, doesn't matter. I see you, we'll be there.
Scooching over to someone's bedside.
Coming soon to a living room near you, your own personal job centre. Dear God, that's fucking dystopian. Why would they want to do that? You do know that most hospitals need fixed, don't you, Wes? Honestly. That is utter madness if you try to implement that. Crying out loud. Fuck. Forgot about that story. Sabre Harbour showed it to me. Ugh.
With like a little clipboard going, well, what are your skills, do you think?
Yeah.
Wake up.
Have you ever thought about working from home, maybe?
Oh my God. Well, and also, given the state of the current work health system that we do have, it's an absolute shit show anyway. So I feel like the message that we're seeing for a lot of what we're talking about today is really let's focus on fixing the existing things. Maybe before, let's try and get the bare minimum right before we try and progress to getting ourselves to the society where we feel like we can allow assisted dying. Maybe let's get the absolute minimum in for people. Yeah. Maybe let's give back the whole bit of colonized land. Yeah.
And
instead
also
of
not like realizing that if people haven't got hope, they're much more likely to turn to something like assisted dying. And especially for people who are disabled and have complex chronic conditions. If you empower people and you support them properly, you can restore that hope. If you give them access to assisted dying, they might not have the chance and there might not be the resources to try and rekindle that hope. And we just don't, it's not a place we want to be.
Yeah. Maybe the time isn't now for that. Thank you so much, Maya. I'm aware that we are slightly over time. So I want to thank you so much again for joining us tonight. I want to let everybody know you can find both myself and Maya on TikTok at the handles that are on the screen. If you enjoyed the live show, quick question from Flow Snake.
Okay, Sneakret's easy on TikTok at Sneakret. Let me go. Okay. At Sneakret. And Maya is at
Are you on any platforms other than TikTok, or are you full TikTok?
I am full TikTok apart from LinkedIn.
You can catch Maya on LinkedIn, and
I am open
probably
for
not.
work.
Yeah, you can catch Maya over on LinkedIn, or you can catch her on TikTok. I do think I've seen a couple of people in the chat recently say that they don't have TikTok. I personally think that's absolutely ridiculous of you, because you could just get it and just follow me and Maya and turn left, and you'd be fine. You wouldn't have any rubbish coming up on your feed. But yes, if you enjoyed the live show as well, please go ahead, support Turn Left.
Oh,
hit the
sorry,
subscribe button,
Sneak
go
Rat.
over to TikTok, follow Maya, give some support. And remember, thank you so much again, Maya. Remember, there is a lot of news happening. It's happening all the time. If you want us to cover it, you can help us grow this platform. You can support us on Patreon. You can subscribe. You can even just share our videos on TikTok and help boost us up in the algorithm. For more information about ways to contribute, you can visit turnleftmedia.co.uk/support. And if you want to hear more from us this week, don't forget to switch your notifications on for our Sunday debrief on the weekend. I have been Secret. It has been lovely to see you all today, and I shall see you soon.
What are
Support
we?
independent media. Support social justice.
Give me a second, sweetie. Where's my weather? Up. Oh dear God. It is currently 8C here. So I'm not entirely sure what that is in Fahrenheit. 36 Fahrenheit? 37 maybe? Give me a minute. Change it over. So yeah, it's 8 degrees. Because of the state of our house, it's pretty much the same temperature it is outside as it inside here for us. 5, holy fuck. So 8 would be 44, 45 maybe. Okay. "46-ish. Thank you. I got taught both in schools. I got taught both of them in school, but I'm more Celsius. To tell you the truth, I'm probably more Kelvin. Kelvin, not Calvin. I'm not Calvinist. Kelvin. 46. Right, cool. I will be back momentarily. There we go. I'm back. Ah. Self-care, Christina. Feel free to hang around if you want to, but if you need to go and get stuff set up and stuff, carry on. I'm open to suggestions. Illegally cold. How diligent are they now, Riot? My super hubby would call you mad for that one. He's not really good with the warm or any sort of heat. He would gladly have it below 5 Celsius every day of the year. But then he'd be married to a wifesicle. He would literally be doing everything around the house, including washing me, literally washing me. I need a modicum of heat so I can at least move around the place. It's a delicate balance with the pair of us, essentially. Right, let's see. Okay.
Protest against the genocide in Gaza has been going on, and a man nearby attempted to self-immolate. This would be the third time since the genocide in Gaza began that someone has self-immolated. We're still waiting for details to hear if it was
Rania. Rania, actually on the street. Wow.
related to Palestine, though people think it was. I'm with Ahmed from Abandon Harris, and he witnessed the self-immolation that just took place. Ahmed, can you tell us what you saw?
Yeah, so it was a man screaming while he set himself on fire, and he said that he was CBS affiliated journalist, and that as a journalist, CBS had spread misinformation and neglected the cause, guessing it was the coverage and spreading misinformation about what's going on in Gaza and Palestine.
We spread the misinformation, journalists, and I said it was okay.
Protest against the genocide in Gaza has been going on, and a man nearby attempted to self-immolate. This would be the third time since the genocide in Gaza began that someone has self-immolated. We're still waiting for details to hear if it was related to.
Ooh. Would everyone be up to listening to the tale? I do love myself some Mehdi Hassan. Sweet. Ooh. Mehdi and Owen 1 day ago. 22 minutes long. Hell yeah. Okay, guys?
I'm Mehdi Hassan.
I'm Owen Jones.
And we are Too Outspoken. Owen, good to see you. It's been a while.
It has been a while. I've missed you, Mehdi.
We took a summer break.
We did. It was quite an eventful summer. I think for you, I think this is quite a change for you, actually, which is the first time you've been in a room with someone who isn't a dead-eyed sociopath, if I can write my own reviews.
Is that because I'm speaking to you shortly after I spoke to a certain former Israeli spokesman in New York?
You get all the best gigs, don't you? Some of the worst people on earth, I would say, at this point. Who's next? Is it, I don't know, Freddy Krueger? Who's going to...
That debate, dear God. I feel for you, Mehdi, I really do. Elon Levy and Owen Jones? What would that be like? Maybe we should message Owen and get him to debate Elon Levy. That might be good. I've only seen a couple of these Too Outspoken. I do like the pair of them. They're doing good. Yeah.
Not as bad as Freddy Krueger.
No,
yeah.
I think less charm.
Less charm.
Less charisma. Less appeal.
Actually, some of these people do have charisma. It's just what they do with it. And what we talk about, what we do with it, is a good segue to what I want to talk to you about today. Since we last spoke in the summer, things have only gotten worse in the Middle East, as you and I were warning they would. Mm. And the folks with the dead eyes have been making the case for new war, new genocide, new killing of civilians, just in a different part of the Arab world. This time, Lebanon. We're speaking this week after a horrific massacre on Monday. 550 people killed, at least. We don't know how many are still under the rubble. In Lebanon, in southern Lebanon, we're talking about 50 kids killed, over 90 women killed. It's insane. I was reading the New York Times. It may be the single day record for number of people killed for many years in a conflict, and yet very little outrage here in London, where we are, or in DC, where I normally am. It's just normalised.
Well, one of the deadliest days in the history of Lebanon, and Lebanon has a hideous history of brutality, including, of course, brutality by the Israeli state. I mean, the UN Secretary General, he's saying this could be another Gaza. I mean, you know, when we're at that point, you know, what we're talking about here is the normalisation of the mass slaughter of Arabs. The world is being told in no uncertain terms by Western governments and much of the Western media that Arab life means absolutely nothing. I mean, the fact hundreds of Lebanese civilians, and this is, I think, just to show this kind of normalisation, it's worth thinking back to when Israel invaded Lebanon back in 1982, and US Republican President Ronald Reagan got on the phone to the then Israeli Prime Minister Menachem Begin and said, this is a Holocaust. You have to stop this. Yep. Now, the US Democratic President Joe Biden, I presume, is not on the phone.
I agree with Reagan. What the actual fuck? If they've got me agreeing with Reagan, dear God, that is frightening to someone like me. I hate Reagan. I despise the man. But I actually agree with him making that call to begin. They are, yeah, they're fucking huge. Yeah. More war crimes, yay, fantastic. America needs to take their toys away. Proven they can't be trusted. Proven. Over and over again.
Phone to his Israeli counterpart, yelling down the phone to stop this Holocaust. And that was, you know, I mean, we've seen these terrible Israeli atrocities in Lebanon before. But the fact is, in Gaza, we've now had nearly a year, and we've had some of the worst atrocities of the 21st century live streamed to us every single day. And you would imagine now there's some sort of, well, whoa here, come on. This has to be contained. There isn't any of that.
It's the opposite, right? It's what if you're the Israelis? You're like, well, they didn't stop us for a year in Gaza. Why not do Lebanon? And Joe Biden is a feckless president who hasn't stopped us in Gaza. There was reporting a few months back, which was they go into Rafah, then he's going to be really mad. And they went into Rafah, and he wasn't. And then there was reporting that, well, if they escalate the war in the region, America's not going to support them on that. And now they're saying, oh, yeah, by the way, if you need extra weapons for your new war in Lebanon, if Iran is provoked into entering the war, if et cetera, we've got your back. And if you're the Israelis, it's kind of like, well, why wouldn't you?
No, exactly. I mean, they've been given carte blanche to do exactly what they want. I mean, it's striking as well. Some Israeli outriders, in fact, Israeli ministers are talking of, well, we've shown huge restraint. Even the BBC, which frankly its coverage has been often appalling, but they point out that 80% of the cross-border attacks between Lebanon and Israel have been perpetrated by Israel. And obviously, if we're looking at the death toll, I mean, you know, we're talking about 99% of those being killed.
I mean, just on
Lebanese.
Monday, I just want to put this into context, half as many people were killed as were killed on October the 7th, right? And these are civilians. Let's be clear. The health minister in Lebanon said these are almost all, if not all, civilians.
And he's not Hezbollah or anything.
He's not.
Like
They can't
that.
play the
No.
Hamas-controlled health ministry game in Lebanon. He's a neutral doctor, not affiliated with any particular party.
A technocrat. He's Sunni. He's not.
But you know, nobody cares. I mean, this is a frustration, and I think, you know, I said this in New York at the debate I was at the weekend. You know, we have opened the gates of hell well beyond Gaza. We've basically said anywhere around the world, you can do this, you can get away with it. The regional implications, you and I and others have been warning since October 7th. If this turns into a regional war, it's a moral disaster, a legal disaster, a geopolitical disaster. And of course, for Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, it's a domestic political disaster. Do you really think that they're going to win an election if this escalates even more and America's dragged into a war with Iran? Yeah. Which is clearly what Netanyahu wants. Netanyahu's buying time for Trump.
Netanyahu can do any of this without knowing that he's got the US behind him, come what may. He can only escalate this because he's got the world's only hegemon behind him, and
who he's about to screw over.
Well, that's exactly it. He's calling their bluff. He knows, he can see in Gaza he's got away with everything, that the red line that Joe Biden's, the red lines he set in the past are meaningless, that all Joe Biden will do occasionally is hand-wringing, which he knows is for a domestic political audience. He knows that isn't, you know, for Netanyahu, actions matter, not words. And again, the other similarity is Israel has not been subtle about its intent. Yeah. From the very beginning in Gaza, and this is why we need to listen to them carefully, there was never, and, you know, Raz Segal, the Israeli-American professor, said it's almost unprecedented in history for a state to be so open about their intent. They said from the beginning, we're going to raise Gaza to the face of the earth. We're going to impose collective punishment. They did that. This time, for example, the Israeli Minister of Education on television, he said, we are going to annihilate Lebanon. It will be wiped out.
There's no difference, he said, between the Lebanese people and Hezbollah.
He said exactly that. And Yoav Gallant last year, the Minister of Defense, who has...
What the fuck? Didn't know who said that. That is fucked up, man. Fucking hell. Right, Palestine isn't recognised. We know that. We know this. Lebanon is recognised as a country, as a member of the UN. What you're doing is an act of war. You're literally warring on them now, which is disgusting. And they have every right to defend themselves for what you're doing. Every right.
A request for an arrest warrant for war crimes and crimes against humanity from the chief prosecutor of the International Criminal Court. He said last year that it will be the civilians of Lebanon who will pay the price. He said, "We know what we've done in Gaza, we can do to Beirut." We've got to take them seriously because those blood-curdling threats were put into practice in Gaza.
Yeah, and the Minister for Diaspora Affairs, a super right-wing dude who loves to hang out with Marine Le Pen, he put a tweet out with like weird maps showing the redrawing of borders going back 100 years of Syria and Lebanon. He said Lebanon's not a real country. He said the enemy Shia population should be driven from the border. We should have a buffer zone, which just basically means we're going to take your territory. Like very grand geopolitical language. A buffer zone is a new word for just we're going to take your land.
Well, it's just ethnic cleansing. They're going to depopulate.
Occupation.
Yeah.
But funny when Medvedev and Putin say this about Ukraine, it's not a real country. We deserve a buffer zone. We need to annex this part of territory for security. The Western governments lose their minds. Western journalists rightly lose their minds. And just, as you say, I think it goes back to your original point, it's Arab life in an Arab country. It doesn't really matter.
Well, see, I mean, that contrast. I mean, this
It's the
is
racism at the heart of this.
Well,
Let's
exactly,
get-
and
let's
that's
get to
the fact that Ukraine's happening simultaneously
It's
provides
just forever.
It's a live. It's a control. I mean, in a
So true.
a
Yeah.
laboratory
We've said-
control
yep.
where and the world can see this. The world has seen how the West has responded when it comes to the pronouncements by senior Russian figures, even just Russian TV channel
Yep.
shows where they speak in.
And there's a like for like with Israeli channels.
It's,
shows.
and
If
you
look
know,
at social media, it's
well,
insane.
I mean, I spoke to what's his name? He's a courageous Israeli journalist. Why have I just forgotten?
Gideon
his name?
Levy.
Gideon Levy, and he pointed out that actually it's worse, those Israeli television segments, and you'll get there on national television, including Israeli ministers talking about collective punishment, and that's what they've enacted here. And I just think the point about Arab life there is the West is going to reap a bitter harvest for generations to come because, you know, in the age of social media where people can see these atrocities, they can see Israeli soldiers throwing the bodies of Palestinians off roofs like they're ISIS.
Yeah.
They see all this, what's happened to children, the slaughter, the wiping out of
Yeah.
Gaza. They can see this now happening in Lebanon, and they see just hand-wringing it best from the West, in contrast to Ukraine. And that is going to radicalize people for generations.
American intelligence agencies are already saying this. You don't need to be an intelligence official to know this. It's obvious. Hosni Mubarak, the Egyptian dictator, who no one was a fan of, actually did say something very wise in 2003 when Bush and Blair were going to Iraq. He said, you're opening the gates of hell. You're going to create 1,000 bin Ladens. He was right about the Iraq war. Gaza has now become Iraq on steroids. So God help us all in the coming years. And by the way, should just plug, since you mentioned Israeli TV shows and how they speak about Palestinians, we did a documentary called Israel's Real Extremism, which
brilliant.
covers some of this and interviews some of those TV hosts. So I would urge you, those of you who have not seen it, to check it out on the Zeteo website. Owen, before we run out of time, we've got to switch tack and talk about what is happening here in the UK. It's been a couple of months. When we last met, Labour had just been, England was still in the World Cup. Some licenses?
Well, look, let's be clear. They suspended 8%, and the bar really is on the floor, isn't it?
The bar was zero. The previous
The bar
government
is
did
zero.
nothing.
And a really crucial point is Britain supplies crucial components for the F-35 jets, which
I
are
didn't know
raining death and destruction on Gaza. They're all excluded from any of this. And by the way, when they did their 8% based on legal advice, so actually they're legally obliged to actually suspend arms sales to Israel, they basically just bent over backwards apologising for it, saying Israel's this great ally and all the rest of it. And that I think is a striking example of the political antennae of this government. Because if you look at the polling shows the vast majority of Britons want a total arms embargo. Over half of the British public want Netanyahu arrested for war crimes. The vast majority think Israel is committing war crimes.
Yeah.
And if you look now at where Labour's at generally, I mean, they won this landslide because of our electoral system. They didn't have any enthusiasm. They got 33.7% of the vote in the lowest turnout of British adults in the history of British democracy.
Yes, criminally low. Brilliant. More people went out and voted when Jam Man was leader. Funny that, we've all lost interest, or say we don't see the point. We've either got blue Tories or red Tories. So there's no difference between the two of them. Labour are carrying on with the same economic plan as the scum. So what's the fucking point? We need to be putting more pressure on them from the left. We do. I feel ashamed for my SNP, I really do. Hopefully we'll get back to where we were with all the scandals and stuff. Hopefully. All the court cases. Yeah. And hopefully people like Alex Salmond and George Galloway will just piss off. Ugh.
And they've plummeted since. They're now, I mean, Keir Starmer is, according to one poll, less popular than Rishi Sunak, who is the defeated Conservative leader after a cataclysmic defeat for the Tories after the worst government in our history.
To put that in further context for those watching abroad, Sunak, of course, took over from Liz Truss, who was defeated by a lettuce.
By a lettuce.
Okay.
God bless the lettuce.
Labour Party conference. Keir Starmer giving a big speech. Heckled. What happened?
You know, he got heckled by someone who... Keir Starmer was talking about children in Britain, you know, talking about improving child's well-being with no policies to back it up. But someone heckled, what about the children in Gaza? He was then manhandled and thrown out. But the thing, what Keir Starmer's response was really instructive. He laughed. He started laughing and said, "This guy's obviously got a pass for the 2019 Labour conference when Jeremy Corbyn was leader." When I should add that at the time, Keir Starmer was at the conference. I know because I interviewed him at 2019 conference.
Corbyn loyalist.
He was in the shadow cabinet. He was a shadow minister, saying he was 100% behind Jeremy Corbyn. For me, that was borderline sociopathic. You're being heckled about slaughtered children, and
rather than engage, and as to be fair, Kamala Harris got heckled in America. First she got mad, and the next time they did it, she actually engaged and said, look, we're working for a ceasefire, which sadly they're not, but at least she engaged with the protest. To just mock the idea of protest as something a Jeremy Corbyn supporter would do, rather than anyone with a conscience.
What's he saying? He's saying, because he said, we've changed the party. What's he trying to say? We don't have a soul anymore. We don't. Oh, you care about Palestinian kids, do you? We'll get a time machine because we don't care about Palestinian kids anymore. What's he trying to say? I mean, and there was another, Rachel Reeves, the shadow.
She was heckled also.
She was the chat.
I saw that they physically pulled him out.
I interviewed this guy. So she's the finance minister, the chancellor, and he was dragged up by his throat by someone it turns out was a Labour councillor, a Labour local politician, and he's got these red marks all over his throat. I think he should take legal action. And again,
That's what social democracy looks like these days.
Well, clearly. I mean, there's a long history of that, to be honest, with Social Democrats being pretty brutal. But yeah, I mean, it just shows, again, you know, this is a Labour Party, a Labour government, I think, without a soul. They are still providing arms to Israel. They haven't, with Lebanon now, for example, Keir Starmer's saying that Britain should evacuate and all parties should de-escalate and come back from the brink.
He has not condemned them.
None. No condemning.
Hundreds of civilians.
What does that tell us? And again, that complicity continues. The fact, the bar was on the floor because, for example, Rishi Sunak, they were trying to stop the International Criminal Court's arrest warrant process with a vexatious...
Which, to be fair, the Labour government has stopped trying to stop.
Exactly, but
what would they do? I mean, we've been hearing this for weeks now, that warrants are coming, the Chamber's looking at it, there've been lots of attempts to delay it from the Germans.
They were commenting on there, it's something called a vexatious complaint, which can be substantiated. It doesn't have a way through our legal system, and it usually gets disregarded out of hand. That's a unique feature of English law, not Scottish law. You do have vexatious complaints up here, but most of them there's a way through, and they look at what the complaint is, what it's about, things like that. And slightly more than half of the time it goes through. A lot of the ones which are considered vexatious are usually social justice issues, things about military issues as well. And they usually just get, oh, no, this is vexatious, it can't be proven, there's no point putting it through the court system, blah, 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 which is incorrect half the time, or most of the time. It's a feature of our legal system here in the UK, especially in England and Wales. Northern Ireland's slightly different. It's a bit more like us here in Scotland. It's a weird mix. It's a bit odd. I can tell more about the Scottish system if people would be interested in that. I've got an insider or two in the Scottish legal system, which is brilliant. So these vexatious complaints they're a feature. Essentially, maybe not a bug. It might be considered a bug at times. It depends what it is, of course. But these things happen. I usually like to say the law's an arse, and it is, trust me. The law's an arse in most countries.
And the Brits and the Americans who aren't even signatories to the court. Now, the US administration, Joe Biden's ambassador to UN, went out of her way to say, we will not arrest Benjamin Netanyahu if he's here. She seemed to think the arrest warrants were already out. They weren't. They're not. Yeah. We're still waiting. But obviously the US is not a signatory to the ICC. To be fair, they don't have to. I mean, they should, but they don't have to. UK is. UK has been a strong supporter of the Rome Statute and the International Criminal Court throughout history since it was created. You wrote a really good piece.
Thank you, Jamman. He was the one that actually campaigned for the Blair government actually joined the Rome Statute. Good for him. So we are a signatory to the Rome Statute because Blair was slithering about it. Really? What more proof do you need that he was a fucking wanker, essentially? Sorry, Tony.
For The Guardian, which was kind of an imaginary speech for Keir Starmer that I read. And one of the lines in there was like, we will execute arrest warrants. What's Keir Starmer going to do if the ICC comes out and says, okay, we approve arrest warrants? What is the British government going to do?
To be fair, I think they absolutely will say we'll abide by the ICC. I mean,
so just BB and Sarah can't come shopping at night.
I know, they can't be off to Harrods. But they've been briefing. There was this ridiculous article. Well, not the article wasn't ridiculous. I'm not attacking my colleague in The Guardian, but the briefing was ridiculous because it said the British government was dreading the ICC arrest warrants because they hadn't prescribed the Iranian Revolutionary Guards Corps, and people would say that's inconsistent. What does that have to do with anything? What are they talking about? It's just whataboutery, isn't it?
Well, one of the great lines at the debate I did with Elon Levy in Saturday was when he said, "Oh, the ICC's just picking on Israel." I was like, "You do know that he put out 5 arrest warrants requests, 3 for Hamas, 2 for Israel." I mean, that's not picking on Israel. That's actually giving Israel a pass, saying, well, fewer for you than for the other group. So it's just always...
Although one of those is now dead, I suppose. So
the Israelis killed a guy
exactly,
before he could get a trial. Some of us like the idea of trying people on all sides.
We agree, yeah, he should have been tried.
I have I always have to tell Americans, they get mad at me. I have the unpopular view that maybe you should have tried bin Laden, not killed him in the middle of the night in a secret raid. People go mad if you say that. It's like completely crazy to want a trial.
Well, it's living in a Hollywood film, isn't it, for a lot of them?
It is.
It's
but it's also the same people who love the idea of, due process and rule of law and courts.
No, but do you think, I mean, it is disturbing that they've not issued the arrest warrants. There has been lots.
Yeah, I thought we worked under the international rules-based law system in this world. I really did. Do we? Really? Arrest warrants have been issued. Why haven't these people? Well, one of them's dead now. Obviously. There's still 4 of them. Why not trying to arrest him? You could have arrested him when he went and spoke at Congress. He had actually left Israel and he was in America. He could have been arrested. Surprising that he wasn't it?
I mean, it's unprecedented, I think it's fair to say. This kind of gap between his request, what was it, May?
There have been
now into October.
The wrecking attempts, I think, delayed it. The likes of
100%.
The British government, but nonetheless, I mean,
and threats. Karim Khan, the chief.
You can blame the 5 permanent members for that, Owen. Our own united country. We're one of the 5 permanent members. We could have stopped it. We could have helped. We could have got him arrested. Instead of fucking abstaining or following America's lead, dear God. We could have fixed this. Seriously, 100 times over.
Has talked about being threatened.
Well, we know
foreign
that.
Government.
Don't we know the history? Because his predecessor, this came out that Israel had tried to threaten them. They're basically like, "Oh, nice husband and kids you've got there."
That was Israel threatening his predecessor. Yeah. Karim Khan is saying it's even worse. It's other governments on Israel's behalf threatening him.
Well,
saying,
almost we know the US. I mean, there's already evidence showed they're putting massive
we
pressure
broke the story at Zateo that multiple Republican senators wrote a threatening letter to him saying, "We're going to come after your family, not just you."
But it's been put. A lot of. I mean, I don't know if you know Alonso Gomendi, a brilliant international relations lecturer. I mean, the point he made is international law will just collapse if they don't issue those arrest warrants. There will just be no credibility.
Again, it's one of the many things that will come out of Gaza that we will regret in years to come. The tearing up of the post-war settlement for one country. There's no way you can ever enforce any of this stuff again. The various conventions, the Geneva Conventions, the various treaties.
Yeah.
You see in the US this week, ProPublica is reporting that the US government, forget Human Rights Watch, forget UN rapporteurs, Francesca Albanese, forget all of them, the US State Department's own Bureau on Refugees told Blinken, the Secretary of State, Israel is in violation of American law. They're blocking American aid. We cannot send weapons. It's against American law. Blinken went to Congress, said the exact opposite. I'm told that it's fine. We're in accordance.
Well, he covered it up, didn't he?
So
he covered
it's a complete cover-up. It's like Iran-Contra level cover-up.
But that shows, by the way, because the ICC case, what they focused on is starvation. It's the deliberate starvation, which is obviously a heinous war crime.
Unimpeachable and undeniable.
Yeah.
Just to come back to our friend Sir Keir Starmer.
Our buddy boy.
If arrest warrants come out, will he read them closely with his Wahid Ali paid glasses?
Well, you know,
talk to me about Wahid Ali. Tell the world what is going on with Lord Wahid Ali, because every time I go on Twitter and
Fuck. Should I be careful there? Dear God, Mehdi, you nearly choked me.
see a clip from British News, it is a Labour minister saying, yes, I took money from Lord Wahid Ali to have a birthday party, to go to a concert, to buy clothes, to have glasses. What is he doing?
He's just a very generous man, Mehdi, because, look...
Well, I also saw a clip of Wes Streeting saying, giving money is public service.
He said we should cheer out. It's like charity. It's just a noble thing for people to do.
The left is now embracing the idea of big money donors.
Wes Streeting is not the left. Can you just take that back? Wahid Ali, he's a long-standing Labour donor. He's extremely rich, very deep pockets.
And just to be clear, no one's saying anything wrong.
No, this is all perfectly
And I actually
legal.
don't think he's the villain of this story. I think it's these Labour ministers who look so desperate and tacky.
If you take Keir Starmer...
I think he paid for a 40th birthday party of one of the ministers.
Yeah, which apparently cost £13,000. What happened at this birthday party?
What are they eating? Gold.
But it's just ridiculous. I mean, Keir Starmer's taken more freebies in hospitality than every Labour leader since 1997 put together. That includes Tony Blair, by the way.
Wow.
Now, that's £100,000 worth of freebies in hospitality.
He's also not a poor man.
Top 1%. I think he can more... I mean, they paid, I think it was £13,000 worth of clothes for him and his wife, who didn't properly declare. I think
that's what really bothers me. I'm sorry to get into the nitty gritty of the quote unquote corruption,
legal corruption,
which is like if it was he bought them a trip to like the Bahamas, I'd be like, all right, I get it. He bought her clothes to wear. Like, did she have to check with him first?
£2,500 worth of glasses.
Like
glasses. What glasses?
But what happens? Does he go with them to Specsavers? Like, what? How does this work out?
Does he give them the money? Does he give them vouchers? I don't know.
Do they send them photos from like the shop, the chain?
Is he Keir Starmer even that well dressed? Like, what is it? Where are these clothes? What is he doing?
I don't understand how the conversation happens. Like, he goes, Keir, do you need some clothes? And he goes, yes, please. I'd like a jacket and some jeans. I don't.
Yeah, because if one of my friends asked to buy me clothes, I'd just be. Well, I mean, I was.
Like I said, I'd take a trip to the Bahamas if somebody says I want to buy you a trip. Say that's very generous of you, but like I'll buy you your T-shirt.
But the reason it's gone down like a cup of sick, if I'm honest.
My actual glasses with my proper prescription. I got these free. Look at them. They are gorgeous, nice and simple, like the design, completely free. And because I was feeling a bit fancy, prescription sunglasses with a dark purple tint and purple frames. £75. Look at them. They are gorgeous. Look at the elegance of these. You do not need to spend thousands on glasses. Wrong way around. I love my prescription sunglasses. They are gorgeous. These are the first prescription sunglasses I have ever had. And these are perfect. They suit my face. They are amazing. Oh, thanks, New Riot. I do like my glasses. I know my face shape. I know what ones go well. They look gorgeous. And I'm even thinking, even if he is as blind as my super hubby, his prescription is fucking strong. He's got very elegant slimline glasses. They look brilliant. They are a dark green, a forest green. They look cool. Over 2,000 on glasses? What the hell? Even the dearest ones I saw for your designer frames in my in my opticians, the most they were $260 for the frames. Obviously, you need to pay for the lenses on top of it. So I can say about 300 quid for a frame. I can get that, but over 2,000? What the fuck? Thank you. Thank you, comrades. I do like them.
Is they came to power and said, oh, the finances are really tough, so we're going to have to take winter fuel payments away from pensioners, including really poor pensioners. We're going to keep the...
No, they don't. Winter fuel allowance is only 1% of the entire benefits budget, so that is utter bollocks. She can say that all she likes, if she wants. We won't believe her. Well, I won't believe her anyway. My mum and my two sisters don't believe her. I've had both my nephews and my 24-year-old niece asking me, do they need to do this? No, they don't. Will Granny be okay? My mum? Yes, she will. She'll be fine. She qualifies. She gets it. But she's also got her NHS top up on her pension because she works in the NHS for decades, essentially. She doesn't need to worry as much, thank God. I have to go through an entire lottery each year to see if I qualify for, what would it be, about 250, 200? It's between 150 and 250, and I'd get it as a lump sum. I'd split it, whatever it is, half in the electric, half in the gas.
2-child benefit cap that drives huge numbers of children into poverty and hardship. I'm sorry, guys, life's going to be really tough for you. We've got to make sacrifices. Oh, we're just going to take tens of thousands of pounds of freebies on top of our already reduced. And this is the worst one because they got Taylor Swift tickets, which were worth thousands of pounds, and they used their kids as human shields. They said, my kids really want to go. Loads of people's kids want to go to Taylor Swift. You have to pay for the tickets. What's wrong with you? They're not on your salary. It's annoying. It's aggravating.
All right, well, last point on this, because we're out of time, but I do know you feel strongly about that. I think it's an important point to make. This is all about Labour not really having any kind of vision right now. Right?
What is it?
Come to it's just a bunch of careerists. Is that fair to say? And this is what happens to a government. Normally it happens a few years in. It's happening a few months in.
Oh, a few years. This feels like a fag end of a government already. I went to Labour conference and I chatted to, ran after ministers who they didn't want to speak to me. And the problem is there's no vision hanging it together. They were handed power because the Tories destroyed themselves. And this wing of the Labour Party are the sorts of people who see politics as a way of getting a bit of power, getting a bit, you're in it's often called politics, showbiz for ugly people. I'm not commenting on the looks of the Labour front bench, but that's what it's often called. And then you end up using it as a springboard to get lucrative jobs in the private sector, often related to the ministerial job you once had. And I just think the problem is that it's not going down well with the British public who are sick of austerity. They want something different.
Oh, they sound great. I find with angular, like straight line ones, I've tried them. I've tried them on when I went for my eye test and stuff. They don't pop with me, essentially. I like more like the sweetheart shape or more rounded, maybe cat eye ones. I had one of the best pair of glasses years and years ago when I first moved down here. They had a gorgeous rainbow frame, and I got them for free because it was the last frame. Said, right, you don't need to pay for the frame. So I'd paying for the frame. The frame when it was full price was like 160 or something. But because no one was buying it, and they were just sitting there gathering dust. So sorry, I'll put it through as a free trial on or a free claim, essentially. You just need to pay for your prescription. And even at that, when I got my NHS certificate, my allowance paid into it for my lovely rainbow frames. I paid £12.50 for them. I loved those glasses so much. They looked amazing. Well, my 45. It's 20, I don't know. 26 years ago. I had them for 2 years, nearly 3, 2.5 years. So that was 99, the millennium, and 2001. I had those glasses. I thought they were amazing. I miss those frames.
They want change, and now they see more politicians on the take. It looks a little bit like a Tory government at the end of a Tory government.
What a way to end our first episode
Bleak.
back after a summer break. It looks like a...
It's
oh,
our-
my word.
We've got to work with the material we've got.
Name of the show, Too Outspoken. I appreciate you being so outspoken. I'm sure they'll love you for it.
Right back
Owen,
at you.
a pleasure. Hope to see you soon.
See you soon, buddy. See you in a bit.
Cheers.
Did you like this video? Don't forget to subscribe to this YouTube channel and turn on notifications. For exclusive content and to support our independent, unfiltered journalism, head over to Zeteo.com. Your support matters.
Okay. Okay, my lovelies. I'm going to read out. You're more than welcome to join me. I'm going to go over to Igloo. Show Igloo some love. Feel free to join me. Oh, thank you very much, my lovelies. It has been lovely having you here. I will be watching Laura Kay at 9 o'clock. I might actually stream around about lunchtime so we can digest whoever she's got on. Oh, Brain Switch Machina, hello. You will? Feel free to follow, and so you can get the notification. Yeah, I've been going for nearly 5 hours now. I usually start between midnight and 1, okay? Feel free to come back. Just look out for me in your notifications, alright? Okay, I'll end the stream now, and you can join me over on